5 minutes late, so I think it's right time to start. Good morning again. I would like to welcome you at our small workshop, or rather working session about leftist dissent. My name is Kristina Andělová, and I work as a historian at the Institute for Contemporary History of the Czech Academy of Sciences in Prague. I will also introduce Honza Mervard, who is a historian from the Philosophical Institute of the Czech Academy of Sciences. We are now not together in one room. We are separated in separated buildings because of the COVID situation. And I won't make any long introduction. I would like to say just a few sentences about our motivation, why we decided to organize this workshop. You all probably read the call for papers that we sent, and there is something what frames the idea of the workshop, and we opened the call for papers with this statement that the dominant reading of dissent as an ideologically liberal project has been recently called into question. And yesterday, when I went through it again, I realized that this is something what is definitely not new, and we don't want to pretend we are opening this problem of questioning a liberal narrative of dissent and of liberal meaning of 1989. I would say, on the contrary, since this research question is a matter of, let's say, last 10 or 15 years already, we know there is, we have already quite extensive research about political left, about Marxism and socialism in dissent in East Central Europe and Soviet Union. So our intention is put us together, put all these researches together, and maybe shift the question from the very questioning of liberal interpretation towards more complex picture of dissident political thinking. And I think here I can speak for both, for me and Honza, that our position is not to negate completely the liberal reading of dissent, but rather to extend the ways how we look at East Central European and Soviet dissident movement and dissident political thinking. So how traditionally concepts related to dissent, such as personal freedom, individualism, civil society, and of course human rights, how they were negotiated also from leftist socialist perspective, how it was crucial for many dissidents and for dissident thinking to negotiate them as leftist concepts. Also, what was the position of the people who advocated leftist and Marxist critique of real existing socialism? And we believe it can bring a new perspective of so-called dissident Marxism in Eastern Europe and Soviet Union, which has always stood outside the official doctrine. So it differs from Marxist revisionism that was actually part of the official political ideology. And of course, one big question for all of us is why concepts of socialism and Marxism were slowly fading out as critical concepts from the dissident political vocabulary, and eventually why they failed in 1989. So these are important questions and problems. I just picked some of them, and our goal today is to open a space for an international and comparative debate, and maybe identify what are the topics and moments in the history of left dissent which would be worth to compare in future. And after all, if the very concept of left dissent makes any sense as analytical category, and if it is suitable for historical explanation. So this is all from my side. I have one more technical remark. The whole event will be recorded. So please, if you have any problem with it, you don't want to be recorded, tell us, because without your permission, we cannot publish it online. So let us know. And now I am giving floor to Honza, who will tell you shortly about the journal Contradiction and possible publication of your papers, because there will be the whole issue of the journal about left dissent, and of course your papers are very welcomed. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Christina. We pretty much hoped this meeting will be in person, and we even got resources for that through the NEP for Dissent Coast action. But unfortunately, the reality is different, as you all can see. And maybe just one sentence, one additional sentence to our motivations. Well, in reality, this kind of workshop was kind of inspired by Ilya Budraitsky's book, Dissidents Among Dissidents, originally. And what we originally initially wanted was to map the paths of leftist dissent throughout Central East, Southeast, and in Eastern Europe. And starting with that, we started also to pose more systematic questions than only the historical evidence of this notion. I already mentioned the meeting is co-organized by the NEP for Dissent Coast Action, but the main organizer is the journal Contradictions, the journal for critical thought, which I believe most of you are familiar with, but is this 3 volumes already, and the journal is was founded in Prague at the Institute of Philosophy, and the main aim of it is to, let's say, critical reassess or revive the tradition of radical critical thought that originated in this region. And Christina, me, and Petr Kužel are the 3 editors of the upcoming volume 2 issues, 1 Czechoslovak and 1 English, that are devoted to the notion of leftist dissent. So the call for paper was not only for the meeting, for today's workshop, but also for the journal, and you all are more than welcome to submit your papers, essays, reviews, interviews, whatever, and everything we can discuss personally after the meeting or during the meeting, as you want. The only and that's why we are actually organizing the meeting now in January and not later, because the volume might be published by the end of this year. That means by the end of 2021. The deadline for the submission, let us deal with the deadline of the 19th of February, if that's okay for you. We can always negotiate a little bit about this. But one important thing is, please, while submitting, try to follow our guidelines, especially the style of references. What we are not able to do today, and what would be, I mean, the in-person meeting would be ideal for, is that we also have together with Joe Feinberg, who has been the main editor of the journal, is to organize, let's say, a network or more systematic network of journals that are targeting similar aims as contradictions, in order to be able to organize not only meetings and workshops, but maybe in the possible future also some, let's say, book series that would be devoted to the tradition of critical thought in this region. But this all is kind of these are our perspectives. and we would love to discuss all of these, but probably not today, but in a separate meeting. We would love to organize in January or February. I think this is what I wanted. This is all I wanted to mention. If you have any, I mean, practical questions, you can address them to me or to Christina, to Petr, or to Joe, or after the meeting. We are at your disposal anytime. Good morning, everyone, and let me give the floor to Joe, who is the chair of the first panel.
Thanks, Honza, and thanks to everyone who's come, and especially to those who will be presenting. And I'll reiterate what Honza just said about using this as an attempt, as part of a bigger effort to bring us together, these different groups that do similar things in the region. I think it's valuable. The initial idea was to come to have a conference like this, and then we could all go out for beers afterwards and talk about future plans more informally, but the beers we'll have to all have separately after this in our sad homes. But let me introduce the first panel, which has a nice set of 3 papers, and the first paper is by Krzysztof Nagy and Márton Szarvas. I'm trying my best with giving you my best Hungarian pronunciation. They are both from the Department of Sociology and Social Anthropology from Central European University, and I know that among various projects that they've both done, that they've co-curated an exhibition that sounds relevant to what we're talking about today, called Left Turn, Right Turn, Artistic and Political Radicalism under Late Socialism, at the Blinken OSA archives in Budapest. If I'm not mistaken, also, I think Krzysztof is part of the editorial collective around the journal Fordulat in Budapest, which is, I think, one of these various publication or research projects that are in some ways doing similar things to what Contradictions is doing. So I'm glad we have people from these different projects gathered today. But I'll let you go ahead and make your presentation. So we're going to have each presentation, hopefully, I'll try to stop you at 20 minutes. If not, if you don't finish sooner, and then we'll leave the discussion of all 3 to the end of the period. So now the floor is yours, Krzysztof and Márton.
Thank you very much for the introduction, and the pronunciation was more than perfect. I share my screen, and I hope that it will work well. Do you see it now? Cool. So actually, the exhibition that you mentioned in the introduction is somehow the base of this presentation and of the paper that we are writing about this. And so in this presentation today, we will more or less map the interrelation of left radicalism with social trajectories and the socialist field of cultural production, and we will apply a comparative approach. So besides the comparative approach between states, we will apply comparative approach between 2 decades and 2 different social trajectories and 2 different artist groups. To briefly introduce the structure of the presentations, first of all, I will quickly introduce the short history of the 2 groups to have a quick overview. Then we will introduce the field of cultural production under late socialism in Hungary to understand how in the institutional context was related with the forms of anti-systemic dissent. So not to analyze these 2 phenomena separately. thereafter, we will have a look on the ideological formations of the two groups and the ideological differences, which will be serious differences actually. And at the end, we will put together the whole picture into the analysis of the relation between social positions and intellectual trajectories. And in this slide, you can have us even a anterior from the exhibition that happened, yeah, actually more than a year ago at the OSA archives. Start with our dilemmas and research questions. We put this quotation to the screen that everyone will be as radical as the well-natured circumstances make them. And we very like this quotation on the one hand, because one of the artist groups analyzed by us, the Ancona group, wrote it. They wrote it in the early 1980s in the Hungarian countryside without any background in social science or without any background in any kind of higher education. And we like this quotation because on the other hand, this somehow summarizes our approach pretty well. So we will put these individual forms of radicalism into the social circumstances and social context of the age to make a contextual and comparative analysis. So first of all, we will analyze how these individual social trajectories and how the political and institutional and social context shape the political and cultural forms of anti-systemic radicalism. And we have an impression that our analysis resonates pretty well into the Barbara and John Ehrenreich's professional managerial class analysis that was just recently rediscovered around the debate of the US election last year, because they argued through the analysis of the 1970s US that actually the forms of resistance is deeply connected to class position, and actually in the US of the 70s, actually the middle class was which articulated a very elaborated and detailed Marxist critique, while the working classes had to choose different forms to express their subalternity and vulnerability. So there were the kind of class conflict between the Marxist middle class and the non-Marxist working class. And this duality somehow resonates well to our case studies. The Ancona group was coming from a post-peasant working class background from the Hungarian countryside, so we could have a think that they are more or less the traditional subjects of any kind of Marxist revolutionary theory, but actually they didn't articulate their subalternity in a coherent Marxist ways. They choose many different ways to somehow to express their discontent with the regime. We will analyze these forms later. Actually, deeply in contrast with them, the Orfeo group was coming not only from the socialist middle class, but many of its members had background in socialist party cadre families. And actually, they were framing themselves and the world in a really elaborated Marxist way, elaborated in a way that they were having reading groups and quoting Marx and Gramsci and Che Guevara and Lenin and so on. So we could see two deeply opposing positions. To quickly introduce the two groups. The Orfeo group, as we mentioned, was formed in the late 1960s in the wake of this global 1968 by the students of the College of Fine Arts in Budapest. So actually, this was already organized in a university higher education context, and their practices and their ideas were really deeply based in Maoist thinking. They were criticizing the socialist state as a rule of bureaucracy instead of the rule of people. This was not an uncommon critique of that time. And they imagined their own role as a wedge in the body of society, which could bring a revolutionary transformation. So they tried or they aimed to make a revolutionary art in the non-revolutionary and in their framework non-socialist socialist states of the 60s and 70s. How to make revolutionary art, they tried to make a collective production of culture. They formed 5 studios: a theater, a puppetry, a photography, and music, and the graphic design studios. And within the studios, they ran collective work. And since they were deeply communist at that time, at the beginning, the regime actually approached them as a new cohort of socialist artists, and they had a lot of chance to perform in places such as the places of the Young Communist League or of the Patriotic People's Front, or in many houses of culture run by district councils. In this slide, you can see this poster of Angela Davis that they produced, if I'm right, for a rally of the Young Communist League in front of the US Embassy. So in the early years, they were really deeply incorporated to the socialist infrastructure of cultural and political production. And their conflict with this socialist regime started when they built communes in the agglomeration of Budapest. They built communes because they were revolting or criticizing and revolting against the petit bourgeois family concept of the petit bourgeois family, because they had the impression that actually the state socialist regime somehow reinforces this petit bourgeois family and doesn't revolt against this family form. And actually this lifestyle revolution led to a press campaign against them that also led to the ban of the group from the socialist public spaces after 1972. Nevertheless, the Seattle group continued its operation and actually rehearsed until the late 70s. The Econ group was founded actually exactly a decade later in the Hungarian countryside in Szolnok. And they, as I already mentioned, they didn't have any background in artistic higher education. They were rather a branch of youngsters somehow discovering these radical forms of art and experimenting with them. And they were experimenting on the one hand, this really violent, macho and masochistic performances, naked and bloody and so on. They also ran underground publishing activity, and they were somehow experimenting with this mail art, which for them was a chance to internationalize their super marginal position. And in the early years, they had a chance to show these works in local houses of culture. And nevertheless, this really former radicalism, especially their violent and aggressive performances, led to state retaliations quickly. And therefore, they had to, in the early 80s, they had to leave Szolnok and they have to move to Budapest. And this move was not purely a physical move, but also a move between different fields and stratas of the society. With this move, they were disembedding from the art field of the period, and they were more closely integrating into the field of political dissent. So, and this, from this period, they were primarily getting reinforcement and recognition from political dissent circles. And this, of course, led to a direct politicization of the group. So for the late 80s, they were thematizing primarily political issues, and they were backing the political dissidents with their artistic skills. So they were not producing performances, but they were producing underground magazines, and they were producing stickers and T-shirts and so on. So this really applied forms of political art. And this constant political and police measures against them led to more and more politicization of the group. So it was a kind of vicious circle. In 1989, the group disbanded, and actually the dominant figures moved towards the political right in the post-socialist times. The reasons of this move will be analyzed by Martin in the followings, but it's really telling that they already in the late 80s really often framed themselves and named themselves as the opposition of the opposition.
And the context of their operation was the field of the late socialist cultural production, and this is usually narrated from the perspective of this liberal historiography as the history of censorships. But what we try to do, and we'll try to do in our paper, to show that the censorship wasn't the only element of providing publicity for different political opinions in the field of cultural production, but many other elements were present. And one of them was like this, the new economic mechanism, which was like an economic reform responded to the crisis of the socialist state, which introduced only also cultural reforms, which meant that culture became more and more commodified, and this kind of censorship, which was for a certain extent present, was also complemented with profitability indicators and also economic utilitarianism, which also provided relative autonomy for performances in different groups which were not openly ideological also, or can be associated, they could be associated in their ideologies for a certain extent with the socialist state. The other important aspect was that the strength of the amateur movement. So like in houses of culture and in places of civic cultivation, different grassroots groups were very much supported. And both of the groups in their early period of operation were perceived as amateur groups which organize themselves and provide leisure time activities for big strata of the society. So, and obviously the context of the two groups differ because like the new economic mechanism provides an opportunity for Orfeo to perform, but when it ends, there is a restoration of ideological control, which also comes with the banning of the group from the different public spaces. But the context of the Enconu is more this stronger commodification of culture in the 80s and the more horizontal governance of the houses of culture. There is also a present and this semi-support of punk movement with an alliance of the counterculture of the liberal dissidents. In the meantime, there is like a canonization of an art going on from the mid-80s of neo-avant-garde and other forms of artistic expression, which are more compatible with the liberal dissent, and this will lead to this position of Enconu, like this opposition of the opposition. Obviously, they don't fit with their rudeness or to the liberal understanding of the counterculture of socialism. In terms of ideology, obviously, they themselves differ and also they operate within different contexts. So the context of the Orfeo is the Marxist Renaissance of the 60s and the 70s, and they were very much inspired by contemporary thinkers of the Lukács kindergarten, but also Western 68ers like Frankfurt School, Marcuse. But when they were thinking about the commune, they had this domestic text from Heller and Wajda, which criticized the socialist reproduction of petit bourgeoisie as until we don't reform the form of family, and we don't produce family communities and children communities, it's impossible to tackle with the bourgeois habituses which remained historically embedded in the socialist regime. They were also forming reading groups, performed critique and self-critique in a very violent way, which led to many banning from the groups. And also they were expecting creativity from each other and bringing new materials to every meeting. Their everyday habitus was very much was built on communist asceticism and like the value of work. And in their everyday life, they try to imitate and depict the life of the working class to associate themselves with the suppressed strata of society. In contrast, the Enconu didn't have such a clear ideological background, but they were trying to mix like anti-bourgeois avant-garde phrases with this esoteric existentialist mix, and also they were very much into anarchist thinkers, and what was important for them as an example was the 1968 Worker Councils of Hungary, which later, as was shifted towards a nationalist or national understanding of that revolution. So obviously, as they were embedded in the 80s liberal opposition and they were in discussion with them, that very much formed their thinking, not only in that terms that formed directly, but also they were in opposition as they were very much perceived as not fitting to these circles. But what is important also, like in their everyday operations, there were massive inequalities, especially gender-based inequalities. In the commune, there were many cases of sexual harassment and like traumatic experiences from the female members. And also, like in the case of Encon, you can see like basically reproductive work put on the female members of the group without actually involving them to the cultural production. Christoph, can you? And so we have 2 slides and 2 minutes, so I will be fast. So what obviously studying this group, we identified 2 main like trajectories that people who were coming from this cadre Jewish middle class families were more integrated than later in the liberal dissident groups, while in the case of Enconu, it was more typical that they were pushed towards the post-socialist right, which was also the result of their rejection from the side of the liberal dissidents in the late 80s and the early 90s because of their habitus. And the last one. So just to summarize this, so what we try to tell in our exhibition and in this paper, that how these contexts shaped basically the political radicalism of these 2 groups, and how like these different crises of social state also foster this kind of radicalism, but then how as the new hegemony emerges during late socialism, they are either oppressed or incorporated in different forms into the new narratives, but also this kind of dissent, even during socialism, is very much the privilege of this kind of socialist middle class. So thank you for your attention, and looking forward to the discussion.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I think there should be some productive discussion between the papers too, because the next and the last of the 3 papers will all deal with anti-authoritarianism and anarchism, Maoism in various ways. So the next paper is by Mark Loschons, and who is based at the Institute for Philosophy and Social Theory at the University of Belgrade, the first of a couple presenters today who will be coming from there. And his fields of interest include theories of the state, intelligence services, intelligence studies, but also political ideologies, including anarchism, as will be one of the topics he'll discuss now. And I'll turn the floor over to you, Mark.
Here I am.
There.
Okay. Thank you very much for inviting me. Instead of offering ready-made answers, the modest aim of my presentation is to contribute to the elaboration of certain fundamental questions with regard to dissent, especially, of course, left dissent. So first of all, what is dissent at all and who are dissidents? Dissent originates from Latin dissidere, to disagree, to think differently. Needless to say, it can be used in a pejorative way for those who hurt social cohesion and unity. And of course, this happened often during the years of Eastern European real socialism. Now, what is obvious is that not every type of disagreement can be interpreted as dissent in a strong sense. Dissensus and disagreement is usually all over the political sphere that is conflictual by its nature. So we need something in addition in order to understand dissent. In fact, dissent presupposes a very special field of forces. Firstly, dissent is obviously not the same as opposition. Dissent does not refer to well-organized groups or parties that are otherwise very well integrated into the political system. On the contrary, in principle, dissent means speaking truth to power and/or the public sphere in general that continuously contravenes to official institutions, ideology, and dogmas. They are not simply illegal, neither are they emigrating. They offer a challenge to the system overtly and face-to-face, at least partially. That is, even when dissidents create a counterculture, they are still supposed to confront their wider environment somehow. At this point, I would like to refer to Mira Bogdanovic's book, The Constants of Convertism, which is also a critical analysis of dissent with special attention to Yugoslavia. Her main thesis is not too important to me. Basically, she proves that Milovan Đilas, the author of the famous New Class, was strongly supported by CIA-backed organizations, and what is more, his widely celebrated book was vastly improved in the West, as the CIA itself put it. There are a lot of details about American everyday life that were probably included by American former Trotskyists, and somewhat symptomatically, the Serbo-Croatian original was in fact translated from English. While it is often suggested that Đilas was the first or one of the first dissidents in Yugoslavia, Bogdanovic's main thesis is that his widely celebrated, enormously popular book belonged to a very special field of forces. Namely, Đilas' book was used as a tool of anti-communist propaganda, that is, of psychological warfare all over the world, and especially in the Eastern Bloc. Contrary to this, the New Class was not distributed precisely in Yugoslavia for very simple reasons. After Tito's split with Stalin, Yugoslavia was perceived as a country that might dismantle the socialist universe from the inside as a kind of Trojan horse. After 1948, the USA treated the stability of Yugoslavia as, I quote Dean Acheson, the United States Secretary of State, as a priority of national security. To put it differently, Tito himself was perceived as a dissident by Western forces, and it was not in their interest to enforce dissident movements in Yugoslavia, neither left-wing nor right-wing ones. So very briefly, the West used Đilas, his Titoist heresy, on a global level, but sacrificed him locally to Tito's regime that it wholeheartedly supported. In a symptomatic way, in Yugoslavia, there was no broadcast by Radio Free Europe, organized by the CIA, precisely because dissent and dissidents were no useful or desirable. According to Mira Bogdanovic's very strong thesis, there were no true dissidents in Yugoslavia. The borders were open, the cultural industry was very much liberal, what was forbidden in the Soviet Union was published without further ado in Yugoslavia, and so on. To put it shortly, dissent perhaps could not have the functional role that it had in other countries. Western forces did not need them as allies, at least not with regard to the inner Yugoslavian processes. Of course, in Yugoslavia, the new class, Gila's book, was widely distributed only after the fall of one-party state socialism. What interests me is not the special case of Gilas, but the theoretical implications of these insights. There are at least certain questions that we can now formulate. Dissent and dissidents are not isolated, but they are embedded in a wider geopolitical context of the Cold War, sometimes by plan, sometimes spontaneously. When can we tell whether an action functions as dissent on a local level? Is it possible that something that functions as dissent in a certain context otherwise has the role of indoctrinating or even brainwashing of people? Let us elaborate some further questions. As I already suggested, mere disagreement is not enough to characterize something as dissent in a strong sense. Especially in Yugoslavia, constant self-criticism, criticism with regard to varying re-Stalinization, complaints by former warriors in the Spanish international brigades that there are serious flaws regarding self-management and so on, were an integral part of the party ideology. The main point was to remind the party to resemble to its own ideals as much as possible. Is this dissent in a stronger sense? As it is well known, Tito disarmed the 68 68 protesters in Yugoslavia precisely by telling them that they are completely right. So one should not necessarily interpret the functioning of disagreement as the clash of mutually opposed forces. As Lazar Stojanovic put it, in order to criticize the party, to encourage reforms and so on, we have to enter into the party. Our critique will be effective, especially if it is formulated from the inside, or as Gojko Nikolic claimed, also somewhat paradoxically, the true dissidents are within the lines of state party bureaucracy. On the other hand, one might enumerate examples when slight dissent is smoothly reintegrated into the system. This is the widest strategy to disarm the germs of truly anti-systemic commitment. Let me add a further example that might also help us to deconstruct the phenomenon of dissent a little bit. It is Mikhailo Mikhailov's The Moscow Summer that referred to labor camps in the Soviet Union. What is fascinating is that Mikhailov is often perceived as a Yugoslavian dissident, despite the fact that he was identified as dangerous only after the intervention of the Soviet ambassador. Tito wanted to pacify the relations with the Soviet Union, so a legal process was initiated against Mikhailov. So how should we interpret the field of forces? Obviously, the merely political criteria are very fragile and ambiguous. Being a victim, merely expressing disagreement, joining the waves of the inner self-criticism of the party, elaborating a critical evaluation, and parallelly contributing to the uncritical and superficial analysis of real socialism, all these cases show that the political role of dissent and dissidents in Eastern Europe is not at all self-evident. However, there are alternative possibilities. One is to reconstruct bottom-up movements from Eastern Germany through Poland to the Hungarian Workers' Councils in order to make a diagnosis about the practical dimension of dissent in actu. The other possibility is to map those theoretical efforts that aimed at criticizing the Bolshevik feudal regimes in a systematic way by digging for the structural roots of these societies. Needless to say, these conceptual approaches might be dissent in a strong sense, even without any mass-scale movements or political organizations in the background. So one of the essential questions would be, could Eastern European intellectuals offer this kind of critical approach? Here we are facing a fundamental difficulty. Namely, many Eastern European heterodox Marxists belong to what Perry Anderson designated as Western Marxism in his famous book, Considerations on Western Marxism. I am focusing on Yugoslavia and Hungary. I know these countries the most. However, this question might be more than relevant with regard to other countries as well. Obviously, Western Marxism is not a geographical category, but much more an intellectual one. According to Anderson, these kind of Marxists have appeared between 1918 and 1968 in a period after a series of unsuccessful Western revolutions and witnessing the catastrophic Stalinization of the Bolshevik experiment. That is to say, Western Marxists were mostly alienated from the proletarian class and from the political movement. They had at most only loose relations with the parties. Instead of everyday engagement, they were attached to academic institutions. The separation of theory from practice had serious consequences. That is, the focus shifted from the critique of political economy and political analysis to philosophy, especially ontology, general methodology, and aesthetics. An esoteric discourse was also one of the consequences, and Western Marxists were often very isolated even between themselves. Some of them were very pessimists with regard to the revolutionary potentials of the proletariat, from Adorno to Sartre. While some of the essential aspects of Marx theory were neglected, a large emphasis was put on the alliance with non-Marxist theories, such as psychoanalysis, or with pre-Marxist philosophers, such as Spinoza or Kant. As Anderson puts it, the original connection between theory and practice was replaced by the relation between Marxist theory and bourgeois theory. As for Marx's opus, the discovery of the young humanist Marx was especially important as opposed to the allegedly deterministic critical economy of the late Marx. Instead of the economic structures, Western Marxists focused on superstructure, ideology, and culture. Let us add that Anderson himself opposes a Trotskyist stream to Western Marxism as a theoretical practical movement that remained faithful to Marx's original impulse. Now, it might be easily argued that from a strict typological point of view, both the Budapest School and the Yugoslavian praxis philosophy belong to Western Marxism in the Andersonian sense. For instance, Yugoslavian praxis appeared after the conference in Bled, where certain young philosophers accused the orthodox Marxists of neglecting the insight of German idealism, namely the creative nature of the intellect. Both in the Budapest School and obviously in Yugoslavian praxis philosophy, the focus is on praxis as an ontological category. They combined the young mass with non-Marxist or pre-Marxist thinkers, such as Fichte or Heidegger. Praxis described itself as Marxist humanism, and the focus was on the general and quite ahistorical ontological attributes of freedom and spontaneity. Let me quote Michael Koltan. According to praxis philosophy, creativity does not belong to the working class or the party, but to the individual. They rarely ever mention the proletariat. One of the slogans of the praxis was, "Freedom is possible only through the individual." Danko Grlic even claimed that every kind of creation is simply individual. A similar approach might be applied to the Budapest School. Even Anderson himself describes Lukács Lukács himself as belonging to Western Marxism. He also discovered the young Marx relied strongly on pre-Marxist German idealism, and non-Marxists such as Weber and others, and Zimmel and so on. He offered a systematic ontology and aesthetics. What is more important, he described the central conflict with bourgeois categories in his Destruction of Reason, according to popular front schemes. The main struggle is between reason and unreason, and not between classes or different social systems. The members of the Budapest School were focusing on the needs of everyday life, the forms of ideological and cultural objectivation, and ethics. They criticized the paradigm of production because it neglects the width of human wealth, including communication, and they criticized existing socialism as a system that represses the individual. Let me quote André Tossel, who claims the following with regard to the intellectual development of Agnes Scheller. There was a disengagement from the specially Marxian instance of the critique of political economy in favor of a normative theory of the axiological logics of modernity, end of quote. To sum it up, one might suggest that there is nothing especially leftist in these theories, in these streams. The deep structural characteristics of both capitalism and socialism are neglected, and their strong emphasis is obviously not Marxist. However, Anderson's analysis of Western Marxism is pretty reductive and oversimplifies. It misses both important intellectual efforts and theoreticians. There are many other possibilities to describe Western Marxism. For instance, Christoph Henning, in his Philosophy After Marx, also characterizes Western Marxism as something which diluted into cultural criticism, engaged with esoteric ontological and dialectical debates, and so on. But his strongest thesis is that the revisionist Eduard Bernstein was the founding father of Western Marxism, owing to whom Marxism was, I quote, was stripped of its economic content and dogmatized set the course for later theoretical development. The thesis is not so much that Western Marxism neglected economy altogether, but that it reduced Marx insights into a superficial empirical analysis, missing precisely the most essential parts of the Marxian contribution to our understanding of capitalism, or as Michael Heinrich put it, one of the constitutive features of Western Marxism is its transformation of the critique of political economy into a superficial analysis of society. However, from our point of view, more important is the book written by Marcel van der Linden, Western Marxism and the Soviet Union, that offers a more nuanced approach. Obviously, some of the less philosophical Western Marxists tended to elaborate insightful analysis of the Eastern Bloc, either describing the Soviet Union as state capitalism, or a degenerated workers' state, or as bureaucratic collectivism, or they elaborated an alternative theory. In the remaining part of my presentation, I will very shortly analyze some of these interpretations as they were elaborated in Hungary and Yugoslavia. As already suggested, Didilas does not deserve much attention. His analysis did not even pretend to be original. In fact, it repeated some earlier insights presented by Rizzi, Burnham, Schachtman, and others. First, Didilas was simply referring to the Soviet Union from a Yugoslavian perspective. He described it as bureaucratic imperialism focusing on external expansion, while at the beginning of his critical career, he described the bureaucracy in Yugoslavia as something that can be dismantled by later forces. But later on, after 1953, he characterized the new class in Yugoslavia as a political bureaucracy with privileges for whom power is who has power but has a weak class consciousness. taken all together, his analysis described these regimes as manifestations of totalitarianism, as an unprecedented combination of power, state ownership, and ideology. The analysis was not original, but also it was not Marxist and perhaps not even leftist. And here I could give many more examples. For instance, by describing the book Between Ideals and Reality, written by Svetozar Stojanovic from the Praxis Circle. The analysis is, to put it shortly, oscillating between economic superficiality, and it is mostly neglecting the economic sphere. Thus, it is far away from Marxian intentions. I will not go into details, but I have Hungarian examples as well. Towards an East European Marxism by György Bence and János Kiss, and the book, the so-called Überhaupt book, How is Critical Economics Possible, that they wrote together with György Márkus. This is also a very interesting case, because in fact they propose something like Marxist socialism with commodity, money, and profit. So it is very hard to make a distinction between their model and ordinary bourgeois welfare states. And I also will not go into details with regard to György Konrad's and István Szelényi's book, The Intellectual's Road to Class Power. The point is pretty much the same. Even if there is a quasi-Marxist surface of class analysis, they are in fact using a Weberian framework, an elite theory that is not inherently leftist. And unfortunately, I have to skip the other parts of my presentation. I wanted to present some counterexamples for real left dissent, and the examples would be István Mészáros, for instance, or Gáspár Miklós Tamás. But I think I have to finish my presentation now.
Thank you very much, Mark. And I think there should be time in the discussion period to get into more of these details that you maybe didn't get to now. I'll definitely be interested in asking them if other people don't. But now, so that there's enough time for the last presentation, let's move to Matyáš Křižkovský, Michail Polák, and Ondřej Slačálek. Matyáš and Ondřej are both from the Department of Political Sciences at the Charles University Faculty of Arts, and Michail is a PhD student at the Institute of Economic and Social History, also at Charles University Faculty of Arts, and all are involved on a project on the history of anarchism in the Czech lands. The title is Anarchism in the Context of Czech Political Culture, Presumptions, Parallels, Influences, which is not exactly what this presentation is about today, but I think maybe there will be some interesting parallels between the case you're looking at and these other historical cases you know about that might come up in the discussion period as well. But I'll give the floor to you now. So thanks again.
Thank you very much. I will now try to share my screen. Thank you very much. Actually, as you told, we are trying to write about history of Czech anarchism, but as we don't have history of Czech anarchism from 1920s up to end of 1980s, we have to work very much with parallels, and this is one of them. Unfortunately, do you see the PowerPoint?
Can you hit it to make it full screen? Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
There, yeah.
And unfortunately, we will not speak about left-wing dissent in most common sense of word, because the group which we will describe is something, but it's part of genealogy of left-wing dissent in Czechoslovakia. So I think it's still relevant. We will speak about movement of revolutionary youth, what was group which lasted only 1 year and was object of large political process, but which is something between far-left revolutionary group and anti-occupation student resistant group. We can understand it more in context of far-left, Western far-left groups in end of 60s than in context of later on dissident milieu. It was founded in December 68. One strong impetus was disillusionment from quite large and unsuccessful student protest against occupation during autumn 68. But there were also ideological influences from above all, but not only all, Western radical left, but also from Eastern Marxist, namely Kuroň and Modzelewski. Their activities were focused on publishing leaflets, trying to organize some radical movement, and some theoretical work which was mainly manifested by production of anthology of left-wing analysis, Yes, Revolution, Not Bureaucracy, with extracts from very broad scope of thinkers like Kollontaj, Trotsky, Bukharin, Mandel, Socialism or Barbary, Kuroň, Modzelewski, Gilas, but also works of 2 authors from the movement, Jaroslav Suk and Petr Uhl. Petr Uhl was, we can say, a leader of that group. He was older for several years from other members. He was high school professor, and he had direct contacts with French and Belgian Trotskyist milieu. For several years, he visited them in France. Actually, the movement tried to work with conspiracy. They used pseudonyms not only for members, but also for organization. They used name Revolutionary Socialist Party, and as in their leaflets, then they tried to adopt cell structure inspired by Communist Party during anti-Nazi resistance. But after 1 year, they were, or probably sooner, but after one year, they were openly deconspirated. Workers from Kladno infiltrated them, and with some provocative proposals like killing supposed police informer to make it look like a car accident, what was refused by real members of movement. And then police started to interrogations, and many members of that group were arrested between December 69 and January 70. After 1 year, there was trial when 16 members of the group were sentenced to prison. In 2 cases, the punishment was suspended. The most harsh punishment received Petr Uhl for 4 years of prison. And after this, the organization was never renewed. Some members of that organization depoliticized and did not continue in any activity. Some members became dissident, not all of them leftist. For example, Petruška Šustrová, who was active member of that group, became much more Catholic dissent or right-wing, and then right-wing journalist after Velvet Revolution. But Petr Uhl, together with Jaroslav Suk, continued in some theoretical activity. They wrote together a program of social self-government, which was published in French, German, Japanese, and finally in Czech. And he was also important member of Charter 77. What somehow de-ideologized him, we continued to be radical left in his identity, but he focused mostly on defense of human rights. He actually served another prison sentence because of his activity in Committee of Defense of Unjustly Persecuted. And after Velvet Revolution, he became director of Czech News Agency, and he was excluded from Ford International for being part of establishment which went to capitalist way. And he became much more human rights activist and left-wing journalist, and he was member of Green Party. What was our puzzle? This movement of revolutionary youth is mostly recognized as Trotskyist. But when we read their text, we see strong anti-authoritarian commitment, accent on relationship of superiority and inferiority, generation struggle, but also explicit differentiation of authoritarian and libertarian tradition of socialism, and explicit identification with that libertarian tradition, and explicit criticism, explicit revaluation of history of Marxism, which is authors identify themselves as Marxists, but they criticize strongly even Trotsky and also Engels for their authoritarian position. And their accent and their goal is social self-government as emancipation. So we try to somehow to explain this combination, strong contacts with Trotskyist milieu, identification with it, but in the same time accent on libertarian tradition, on socialism in three contexts. And now, now I will leave the place to Michal.
Hello everyone, can you hear me? Oh, thank you.
Yes.
So the movement of revolutionary youth consisted mostly of students. So I will now speak shortly about their social and political experience in 1960s and about the context of post-Stalinist Czechoslovakia. Joining the movement of revolutionary youth can be explained firstly as a specific reaction to bureaucratic and authoritarian dimension of higher education structures, as well as this belief in the reform potential of the Communist Party after occupation of Warsaw Pact troops. Secondly, as a specific reaction to growing passivity within the student movement during the same period. The 1960s were characterized by some post-Stalinist paradox, certain double-tracking character which found expression in cultural, social and political tensions between emancipatory and repressive tendencies. On the one hand, the communists dealt with the cult of personality after the year 1956, but at the same time, efforts to rehabilitate non-communist victims of Stalinism were hampered. In the 1960s were a period of certain cultural flourishing, a number of Western literature were published, opportunities to travel to West were increasing, new theaters were being established, but at the same time, the campaign against long-haired people were taking place, or there were the repression against the authors who had critical remarks on the party's policy at the Writers' Congress in 1967. I think that it was this double-tracking character that enabled students to be, on the one hand, identified with socialism and sometimes even the party, while being critical and seek alternative models of socialism. This paradox or double-tracking character also concerned the student political life. Students were called upon by the communist cadres for greater political activity, independent and responsible agency, and participation in solving social issues. At the same time, many attempts of fresh independent political action led to an administrative restraint or repressive reaction. Examples are the futile effort to establish a Prague-wide student club, administrative interventions in the publication of students' magazines, or the exclusion of university of students Jiří Miller and Lubomír Holeček forums for the efforts to decentralize Czechoslovak Union of Youth. Many members from the movement of revolutionary youth had previously organized in this Czechoslovak Union of Youth faculty committees, and these committees were subordinated to the Central Committee of the Union. It's subjected to its control and obliged by its guidelines. As early as the mid-1960s, there were many students known as Prague radicals who wanted to get involved in politics and were very active in the union, but their experience with the union bureaucracy led them to criticize union structures, calling them authoritarian, rigid, and bureaucratic. According to these students, the union did not allow to promote students' interests. They sought to create self-contained student governments that would be independent of either the union or the party. The Prague Spring partially removed the mentioned tensions of post-Stalinist paradox. Students began to organize in the newly established student governments and achieved a number of personal and political freedoms, or the censorship was removed. But after the military intervention, the students' movement sought to defend this acquired personal and political freedom. It's culminating in the students' occupation strike in November 1968. But soon a large part of students began to withdraw into passivity. The active students were divided into those who continued to support the reformist communists in the party leadership and those who no longer believed in the realization of their ideals embodied in action program. The members of movement of revolutionary youth were recruited from the second group, as these were mostly the same people who had already fought for student independence against the bureaucratic union before the Prague Spring. And the other reason for joining of movement of revolutionary youth was the specific reaction of some young people to the passivity of society or the defensive dimension of the officially organized students movement. They wanted to do anything against the coming changes. They were afraid of the return of these post-Stalinist tensions, and they wanted to defend the acquired personal freedoms. But existing student structures no longer allow them to do so. And the politics of the movement of revolutionary youth were based on the unmediated political action on here and now politics. And I think that this dimension may also explain the fact why people who did not identify with revolutionary Marxism or Trotskyism, but did not see an unofficial alternative to political activity, joined the movement of revolutionary youth. Now can speak Matthias.
No, I think on.
Unfortunately, after student experience, there is another context which is ideology, and I will skip it really briefly because we only wanted to underline that there is very rich dimension of something what we call not only Trotskyist thinking, but also post-Trotskyist thinking, or thinking from Trotskyist milieu, which somehow liberated itself from Trotsky's influence, and above all, it's thinking around Dunajevskaya and C.L.R. James, and around group Socialism or Barbarie, and these groups criticized Soviet Union and its satellites very radically. They declared its state capitalism, unlike what Trotsky taught. And they also used concept of bureaucracy to analyzing Western society and to understand it as a key element of Western societies. And what is interesting is strong contacts and strong influences between some members of movement of revolutionary youth and this post-Trotskyist milieu. Member of movement of revolutionary youth, Stepan Steiger, was in intense contact with Dunajevskaya group, and he even contributed by long analysis of Czechoslovakia to the journal News and Letters. And also extracts from one of the texts of Socialism or Barbarie was the longest text reproduced in Revolution Yes, Bureaucracy No. And there is quite interesting introduction from one member of Movement of Revolutionary Youth, which casts some light on a relationship between this movement and post-Trotskyist ideas. Because the text is appreciated both for its content and its spirit, and its, what we can call it, libertarian spirit. But in the same time, according to that commentator, the text and Western post-Trotskyism goes too far, both in their refusal of Eastern societies, where term state capitalism looks for left-wing revolutionaries in Eastern Bloc too mechanical, and it doesn't describe what they really live. According to them, capitalism was overthrown by social revolution in 1848, but still there is dictatorship of bureaucracy, which has to be overthrown by political revolution. And exactly this moment makes libertarian topics and libertarian agenda very important for far left in Eastern Bloc. Yeah, for socialism, while according to them, to put it briefly, the view of socialism or barbary is too homogenizing. Everywhere is bureaucracy, everywhere is capitalism. So, or in this case, state capitalism. It makes also revolutionary movement very homogeneous. And for Petr Uhl, who is probably that anonymous commentator, much more interesting is model of three words, which was prevalent then in for international, that in first word, there is key division of capital versus labor still. In second word, capitalism was overthrown by revolution, but the key conflict is dictatorship versus suppressed, and the last third word, there are still most important national liberation struggles against colonialism. Now I will take part of Matthias.
Okay, thanks. I have the third explanation, the context of 1968, and I will try to be very, very brief since we don't have much time. As we all know, the 1968 is unprecedented by its globality, and that's also why Emanuel Wallerstein calls it world revolution. For him, the common pattern was the exhaustion of the two-step strategy, which means first step, overtaking the state institution, and the second step, transforming the society from above. According to Wallerstein, the shared argument of 68 revolutionaries was rejection of this more or less authoritarian strategy of the old left, as it is not being part of the solution, but part of the problem. However, the unifying view of 1968 can be also tricky. In this, we follow the good observation of Czech writer Milan Kundera, who somehow noticed that as when we were comparing two great springs, the Paris May and the Prague Spring, that as if those events come from the different historical times. I will here just like briefly say the second differentiation he used. He says, while Paris May was fulfilled by revolutionary lyricism, the Prague Spring was rather inspired by the post-revolutionary skepticism. And so we have like various contexts, and I think regarding those contexts, we have to deal with different approaches and strategies. And if we very reductively simplify them, I would argue we can get two conceptually different types of revolutions with two different utopian horizons. Political revolutions on the one hand, political revolutions in the sense of collectivistic attempts for emancipation of classes or nations, and which are connected with substantial type of utopia, which means like utopia of equality, as Ulrich Beck calls it, that contains wealth of substantial and positive goals of social change. On the other hand, we have civic revolutions, which are connected, which focus rather on civil and human rights of individuals and minorities, and are connected rather to defensive type of utopia. These like are no longer concerned with attaining something good, but rather with preventing the worst. self-limitation is somehow the goal which emerges. My argument here would be that following Kundera's claims that the two springs were rather from two historical times is, I think this is what makes World Revolution of 1968 puzzling. It contains two historical types of revolutions that emerged historically. If you use this, we can say that whereas Western 68 was dominantly an attempt for accomplishment of political revolution with substantial type of utopia of non-authoritarian socialism, in Eastern context, the substantial type of utopia of socialism has already went through disillusion. Therefore, the Czechoslovakian attempt for socialism with a human face could be read rather as a defensive attempt for humanization of originally ambitious socialist project. And if we relate this to anti-authoritarianism, we can say that the French May was rather about substantial transformation to non-authoritarian socialist society, while Prague Spring pursued a defensive vision of negative limits to socialist authorities. And the revolutionary Jas movement is interesting because it is trying to pursue the substantial transformation, not the defensive one in the Czechoslovakian context. But that is also maybe why it failed and Charter 77 became much more significant later on. And in this sense, we can also claim that the civic revolution of the Prague Spring foreshadowed the development in the 70s in the West, the emergence of the new left and the human rights agenda as a minimalistic utopia. That's it. Maybe a few words for conclusion by Ondřej.
Okay, only to tell it in other words, maybe we can understand Western 68 as experience of movement which tried for emancipatory politicization of many depoliticized spheres of life. And maybe one root cause of misunderstanding between Western and Eastern students, which is often discussed, is exactly that here was some bad experience how this emancipative politicization of various spheres of life became very repressive, and how some historians, Vítězslav Sommer, say in this context, even technocracy, which was one of the mortal enemy of student movement in the West, could look like good alternative and somehow emancipatory alternative. Instead of incompetent bureaucrat, competent technocrat and manager will decide about you. And it was exactly root cause of what alienated movement of revolutionary youth from their student friend, that they were both anti-bureaucratic and anti-technocratic, and in the context of resistance against Soviet occupation, they were also anti-nationalist. And I'm sorry if we did not, if we crossed the limits, and here we will end.
Okay, thank you very much. That was a great presentation, as were the other two. So now I'll open up the floor to questions. I think if you want to ask a question, you can raise your hand using the raise hand function or write it in the chat. So yeah, the floor is now open to everyone who's been listening. Okay, Florian.
Thank you. Hi, I have a question for the last presentation, actually two. The first one is seeing your last slide with this photo of these manifestations, obviously of the revolutionary youth movement, where they have this big picture of Petrol. You described them as anti-authoritarians. What was their position on personality cult, actually? Because if they have this big picture of Petrol. And the other one, the other question is, you described, you said as well, they were anti-nationalists, and I would be interested, were there any reference as well to as well a tradition of socialist thought centered on the individual of Edward Beneš, for example, who as well always underscored the importance of the individual and who in his writings wrote about this synthesis of socialism and individualism as a goal. Were there any references to this, or was this simply ignored? Thank you.
I should clarify, because that, thank you very much for that questions. That picture is from demonstration, I think in Paris, when Petr Uhl was imprisoned. So it was act of solidarity, not personality cult. It was photo of political prisoner. Actually, movement of revolutionary youth organized only one demonstration, and it was demonstration of solidarity with students from Burma who had to be expelled to Burma from Germany. And second question is great. Members of movement of revolutionary youth did not make any reference to Beneš, or they did as a politician who was in some conflict between East and West in their analysis, but they were not inspired by his thought. But this thought and this tradition of combination of Czech humanist tradition reconstructed by Masaryk and socialism, it was, I think, very important for other left-wing dissidents, for some Euro-communists, for example, for historian Jan Tesaš, who was more radical than the Euro-communist. But yeah, for them it was, and also it was very important for reform socialism in 68. So I think it is maybe even the reason why it was not important reference, because it was too official and too mainstream for this student group.
Thanks. I think the next question will be from Ilya Budraiskis.
Thank you. In fact, I have one question to Andre and one to Mark. So the first question for Andre is about the influence of the German radical left to the Czechoslovak radical left thing, because somehow Rudi Dutschke was in Prague in 68, and it seems that it was a kind of the big impact of this leftist tradition as well. So maybe you can comment a bit on this. So another question is for Mark. In fact, as you present a very consistent view of the role of the CIA and the West and the promotion of the Western Marxism and so on. But in fact, if you look, for example, at the trajectory of the dissidents, and especially socialist dissidents in the period of the late 50s and early 60s in Soviet Union, you can see that basically they have no any clear influence from the West. So their main source was the like true readings of, or alternative readings of Marxist classics, like rare reading of Lenin, Plekhanov. Even the term state capitalism was coined firstly from the State and Revolution by Lenin, but not from the Western thinkers. So how you can explain this role of the alternative readings of the Marxist classics and its importance for the dissident tradition?
Maybe Mark, do you want to answer first, and then we can get back to the first question?
Well, certainly, I didn't want to suggest that all the dissidents were influenced by the CIA. That was not my thesis. Neither that they were influenced by some Western ideologies necessarily. my thesis was firstly that in the case of Yugoslavia, we have to interpret the phenomenon of dissent from a wider geopolitical perspective, and we should evaluate Mira Bogdanovic's strong thesis that there was no dissent in Yugoslavia from this perspective. And of course, inherent, immanent criticism is possible, but my question was whether it is really leftist. That is to say, whether it takes into consideration, for instance, a class perspective, or whether it takes into consideration the mode of production and the relations of production, that is the deepest structures of capitalism and or socialism. So this was my main point, not Western influence as such.
All right, if yeah, maybe if you can briefly answer the first question, one of I see Andre, you've turned on your mic.
Yes, there was strong German influence. In fact, one member of student movement in Germany was also member of movement of revolutionary youth, Sibyl Plotstedt, who was member of Petr Uhl's cell and in fact his partner at that time. She also published a book of memoirs about it, and there were other direct personal contacts. Members of movement visited German New Left, and they even spent a few days in their communes. But when we focus on their texts, on their leaflets, or even more on that anthology, it's very much influenced by Petr Uhl's French and Belgian contact. So probably our perception of these influences is somehow influenced by it, that we see more French and Belgian impact because it's more in the texts. But if we would study more practices of the movement, we would probably see more that German influence.
Yeah, I think so. I think that they were more influenced by the German student structures. Their ideas are thinking. I think so.
And now we have two more questions from Kristina Angelova and Dan Swain. Maybe we can collect both before turning back over to the speakers. Kristina, your mic is off.
Sorry, can you hear me?
Yes.
I have a question for Christoph and Marton, because you mentioned there was a significant gender critique at Orfeo Group and the critique of traditionally family, and you spoke about these communes. So I have a question, if there, because you mentioned a few names, if there were some significant female figures, and if from these groups you find something like some important feminist thinking. Yeah, so this is a question for you, and I have one more for Mark, because you ended your presentation with, and you wanted to speak actually about these like true leftist dissidents, and you mentioned Gaspar Miklos Tamás. So I wanted to ask if you consider him for true leftist dissident, because like from when? I think in 1970s and 80s he was not Marxist at all, if I know his development, and he started to be very critical to capitalism only in 90s. So how you look at Gaspar Miklos Tamás in this context, and also who else is for you true leftist dissident maybe in 70s and 80s? Thank you.
And Dan, do you want to pose your question now?
Yeah, sure. So this question also for Ondřej and Mikhail, which I thought was really, I have many questions for you, but I wanted to ask you quickly about the context of post-Trotskyism that you talked about. Because I think one of the striking things about Western Trotskyism is how few people, how most of it is based in one way or another on a rejection of what Trotsky actually wrote. And having been a member of one of these organizations for a decade, I know that very intimately and very familiarly. But actually, I thought what was interesting about what you said was that the criticism of socialism u Barbari is, in fact, the orthodox Trotskyist criticism, right? The criticism, or my understanding at least, is that. So I suppose I wanted to push you a little bit more on I suppose, how much is the Fourth International via Krivine and Uhl influencing this? Because that sounds like that's what's happening in that particular text to me in a very crude way. And then on one other thing, which is maybe on trying to separate what would strike me as the clear dividing line between the anarchist tradition in the West and even the most libertarian version of the Trotskyist tradition of the West is the question of the party and the necessity to construct an alternative to the Third International parties. And obviously that's much, much more complicated in Czechoslovakia. So if they had any ideas about that, I'd be very interested. And one very quick last question, and maybe you can tell me, maybe no one else is interested in this, you can tell me this in private, but you mentioned that one of their bases of strength was the University of Agriculture, which is where I actually work. So if you have any more information about that, I would love to. I mean, obviously I didn't work there in the 60s, but I work there now. So I would be interested if you have any more information on names, on individuals, but maybe we can talk about that in private, not in front of everyone. So thanks.
Great, so maybe I'll turn the floor over first to Christoph and Marto.
I think I would start. So the brief answer would be no. So there were no feminist thinkers emerging from these groups, and also like how so this idea of commune and reforming the family was their main idea about tackling with gender hierarchies. But then as we were interviewing the members, it very easily turned out that in everyday practices, these hierarchies were very much present, and and there were massively exploitative relationship between, as in like in many 68er sect between men and women. And in the leading of the group, Orfeo, I can speak about, there was only one female member who was influential, but even she was very much like performing these masculine traits to be able to participate equally in that in the leading of the group. So yeah, that was one of these findings, that these symbolic utterances on gender were not present in the everyday practices.
In the case of the Ankuni group, there was no direct thematization or theorization of these gender issues, so there wasn't this kind of contradiction like in the case of the Orfeo, where the theory was contradicting with the practice.
Thanks. Actually, while we're at you, maybe I'll just mention, I think it's a fascinating, the whole sphere of amateur leisure activity that you mentioned, that how there was this semi-autonomy that was possible for various kinds of groups, that's maybe something that hasn't been researched enough in general. But that's just a side comment. I don't want to, but if you have any more to say on that after we finish with the other people, that would be interesting. Yeah, Mark, you can respond to Christina's question.
Okay, thank you very much for the question. Gaspar Miklós Tamás is a very interesting case. In the 80s, he described himself as a libertarian communist, or more precisely, as an anarcho-syndicalist. Now, as it is evident, this is something anti-capitalist and anti-statist. In his main work, A személy case, The Eye and the Hand, translated into French as L'œil et la main, was focusing on the state and neglected the issue of capital pretty much. However, there was little focus on authority, domination, and hierarchy at the workplace. What is interesting, that Tamás claimed that really existing socialism has nothing to do with Marx or Marxism. And in the 80s, he claimed that both the privileged classes and the dissidents are disappointed in something which they perceive evidently wrongly as Marxism. So in the 80s, he was clearly anti-capitalist in a way, as an anarcho-syndicalist, and on the other hand, he was not attacking Marx himself or Marxism as such. So this is a complicated issue. Now, his later development is also very interesting because he continued to be anti-statist, but at the end of the 80s, he became a kind of a liberal conservative, still anti-statist, but preferring market economy. And perhaps all of you know, or some of you know, that at the end of the 90s, he became a strongly anti-capitalist, libertarian communist, and he behaves like an anti-capitalist even today.
Thanks. And now back to Andrei, Matthias, and Michael.
Okay, yes, maybe on post-Trotskyism, thank you very much for that question. And I totally agree with your nice sentence that Trotskyism and post-Trotskyism is determined how they refused what's some parts of what Trotsky has written. I think, to your question, I think there were very strange combination of those influences. Yeah, that I think they sympathized, and it's very visible and declared, with very much with some libertarian spirit of Radunaevskaya and socialism of Barbarin, maybe even more than with Orthodox Trotskyism. But they didn't agree with it theoretically. And I think cause of this disagreement is that paradoxically analysis of Orthodox Trotskyists like Krivens or Mandel made for them possible to focus on anti-bureaucratic, political, anti-authoritarian struggles because struggle against capital was already done. So this Orthodox Trotskyist view, Orthodox Trotskyist analysis made space for this kind of activity. The question of party, I agree that it is point of difference between anarchists and Trotskyists, but I think that in case of Radunaevskaya or Sierra James, and they are facing reality, that concept of party is very loose and maybe more anti-authoritarian than concept of anarchist organization in case of Machno or Johann Most. But yes, you are right. And they actually, in the case of movement of revolutionary youth, they use word party as their pseudonym. They signed some leaflets as Revolutionary Socialist Party, but they didn't elaborate theory of party. And for them, clear priority was social self-organization and their vision of social society is social self-governance, social self-government. So party is somehow, it's not definitely important part of their thinking, and much more important is a struggle against dictatorship of bureaucratic party.
There are a lot of really interesting questions that have come up from here regarding the relationship between the political and the civil revolution that you mentioned, and the space of leisure, space of family, gender, and versus different kinds of revolution, different kinds of political orientations. I think there are a lot of really important theoretical questions that have come up that unfortunately we can't discuss now over coffee. But I hope that discussion will still play out later today and in the future. Now it is our break for our separate 10-15 minutes of coffee for each of us to take. And at 11:15, we'll reconvene for the next panel. So thanks again to all the presenters. And see you soon.
Can you hear me? Yes, welcome after a short break. We have now the longest panel ahead because we have 4 contributions, but then we have quite a long lunch break, so I hope it won't be too much. The first presenter is Una Blagojevic from Central European University from Budapest, and Una will present her paper, The Ambiguities of Left-Wing Dissent in Yugoslavia. Una, please, floor is yours.
Thank you, Christina. Okay, so I will, so my presentation actually reflects in a way on this notion of left-wing dissent by looking at Yugoslavia through the perspective of Marxist humanist intellectuals gathered around the internationally oriented philosophical journal Praxis. And one of my starting questions, which were kind of, I mean, I was inspired reading your prompt, was actually whether this concept can be a useful concept for the analysis of intellectual life in Yugoslavia during the post-war period. And the starting point here for me was actually historiography, because it has been often said, and this is mainly in the case of Belgrade. For instance, Trivo Injic, a philosopher or sociologist from Belgrade, he says that basically the strongholds of resistance and the gathering spaces of dissidents and critical intelligentsia were societies like Serbian Philosophical Society, Association of Writers of Serbia, then Sociological Society of Serbia, and then the journals Praxis, one of them that I will talk about today, and then journals Philosophia, which was one of the main outlets of the Yugoslav Philosophical Society, then journal Gledišta, which was kind of affiliated with the Belgrade University, the Student, which was a youth-oriented journal from Belgrade, and then institutions like the theater venue Atelje 212. So Trivo Inčić was actually one of the academics who was associated with Praxis and was in 1975 removed from his teaching positions like other 7 Belgrade professors, had argued that in the name of socialism and socialism with human face, these intellectuals and the journals, and we can add here left-wing critics, were actually criticizing the official ideology and state power as a badly masked, self-managed Stalinist despotism. So I kind of started with this idea, and I thought that maybe, I mean, this would appear to be actually a very reductive account of the history of dissent, and here left-wing dissent, for the very reason then we fall back on the division between the dissenters and the officials, so like they're in their spaces or around their journals, and then also because somehow these accounts seems to lump together the varieties that existed in either one of these 2 quote-unquote camps. So just as an illustration, we could say that, you know, as critics of official ideology like gathered exactly around these places, they could come from various places along the political spectrum. So we can talk about dedicated Marxists, nationalists, liberals, social democrats, disillusioned communists, anarchists, and so on, all of whom could critique this existing system from their positions, and yet they would fall under this category of dissidents. So I would say that if we approach this issue from the perspective of intellectual history, then we have to ask them to what extent exactly this left-wing dissent is applicable in this case. And here I was kind of thinking about this idea that at the level of primary sources, left-wing dissent is a relatively fluid concept, while at the level of historiography, it might be then used as a way to make some fixed categories. And my own stakes in this research, kind of for my dissertation, is also to understand what happened in the 1980s in Belgrade, in Serbia, more specifically, but generally in Yugoslavia. And that is the issue, and again, I refer to historiography that has often kind of made the straight link between, on the one hand, left-wing critics' inability to respond to growing nationalism in Yugoslavia, or their direct link with nationalism, as this was the case with Mihailo Marković from Belgrade, but also some may argue other people around the journal Praxis, but from Belgrade's side. As in the work of Vladimir Tismaneanu, who writes in the 90s about this critical Marxists, it has often been implied that critical Marxists or left-wing dissenters were somehow doomed to fail from the start, since they were still using Marxist language, and that is this language of the state. So I would like to move beyond these such assessments, and in an attempt to avoid presentism, approach these ideas of criticisms seriously, and then approach these ideas of dissent with the tools of intellectual history, which contextually captures the changes and points out to a more complex narrative, which hinges more on the persistent ambiguities of the positions of Praxis intellectuals vis-a-vis LCY, and to say that maybe a left-wing dissent is a context-specific concept, much like the notion of revisionism, which in this period, in the 50s and 60s, couldn't be compared with revisionism of Bernstein or Trotsky. So this presentation is organized in two parts. In the first part, I would like to draw to attention some of the notions that I encounter when doing research on Praxis, and there are conceptual ambiguities where this notion of left-wing dissent does not really help me maybe in clarifying their positions. I'm not sure about this. This is all like a kind of, and in the second part, I talk about how, if we take some personal examples, this idea of who is dissent changes from one point to another. So here I will move a little bit outside of Praxis and look in the debate happening in 1950s, which is to show that the category of dissent sometimes changes from one point to another, depending on the person and the position from which they speak. So I will start now with the first part. And in my dissertation on Praxis, I encountered a couple of coupled concepts and then also counter concepts which are not fixed and whose meanings change. And for example, there are some concepts that are, maybe you can say, I'm here like thinking how to organize them, less stable, in a sense that they could be stretched in order to describe various ideological positions, but they're also often used from the position of power, like for instance, right-wing revisionism, or bourgeois right, građanska desnica, bourgeois right, I think this could be translated, or also anarcho-liberalism, which has often been a notion used by the officials in their documents to name those who in some way were seen as a threat to the stability of socialist Yugoslavia. So for instance, in 1980s, građanska desnica, so this bourgeois right wing, is used by the Secret Service to describe the intellectuals gathered secretly in Ljubljana to discuss the prospects of some kind of a reformed Yugoslavia. And these intellectuals included people from Praxis at that time. Now it's a Praxis International, not like the previous one from the 60s. So Mihailo Marković, Ljubomir Tadić, even Dobrica Ćosić, and also Ljubljana-based intellectuals around Nova Revija. So, and then its matching concept could be here maybe this notion of critical or creative Marxists, a notion which has often been used in historiography to describe precisely those intellectuals who critically approached Marxism-Leninism in 1950s and 60s, and were also revisionists. So both these concepts, this right-wing revisionism or critical creative Marxism, they're kind of used, I mean, they occur as the opposites, yet most of the time they represent the same people. So the main analytical issue becomes then for who uses which concept, with which aim, from what ideological position, and from what position of power. And then I encounter more stable concepts, which, because they are stable, are also more contested if we were to follow Reinhard Koselleck. And these are the etatist socialism versus democratic or self-managing socialism. So etatist socialism in the discussions of Praxis philosophers meant the system based on the state property and state's management of production and social life, or as Svetozar Stojanović from Praxis argued in his presentation in 1968, it was a, as I quote, modern class system. So in a way, this kind of like is reminiscent of Gillis's new class that we already heard from Mark. And Stojanović goes further to say that this system, modern class system or etatist socialism, does not differ much from capitalist system. So self-management or self-managing socialism is a direct opposite to this, and it essentially means humanism. Or as Predrag Vranitzky from Praxis argued, and I quote, Self-management, as we have seen, emerges from the specifically Marxian interpretation of history, man, the alienation of man in modern society, and the overcoming of that alienation and of the entire bourgeois society by socialist development. The conception of workers and social self-government is the logical and necessary consequence of conceiving man as a historical being of praxis. This is end of quote. This concept characterized the discussions in praxis, through which they could also both argue that the ethicist socialism was present in USSR, in contrast to Yugoslav self-management, but also that in a different circumstances, specifically around the 1968, they use to some degrees of ethicist socialism to describe the political and social institution situation in Yugoslavia. Again, Svetozar Stojanovic wrote that, and I quote, "Our system represents the mix of self-management in the basis and a lot of cemented etatistic structure above it. To that corresponds the nature of our political organization. About LCY, that is the League of Communists of Yugoslavia, I will not talk since it has already been officially adopted that it needs deep transformations and adjustment to social self-management." End of quotation. So at the same time, these concepts, ethicist socialism versus self-managing socialism, were also used by Edvard Kardelj or Milovan Đilas as well. And this distinction was also used by academics at the state-funded institutions. For example, in 1963, Professor Najdan Pašić, the Institutes of Social Sciences director at the time, expressed the importance of Yugoslav managing socialism in the popularization and internationalization of the socialist movement, emphasizing that self-managing socialism and creative Marxism as practiced in Yugoslavia are the only alternatives which can prevent socialist societies from falling, and I quote, "into the danger of pointless scholastic discussions," end of quotation. So while a representative of an institution, Pašić told the audience that Marxism can develop only if it is approached as a progressive and critical scientific frame of thought, and I quote, "directly engaged in looking for the answers on those questions which the social development has posed to itself," end of quote. So in other words, Marxism is not a doctrine, set of rules or prescriptions traveling through space and time, but it is a living thought. And to expand on this idea, linked to their discussions concerning the ethicist socialism versus self-managing socialism was also the role of philosophy in state socialism, i.e. philosophy as a thinking of revolution, as the journal Praxis in its first number explained, or philosophy as a handmaiden to the state. In their writings, the critical Marxist philosophers argued for the importance of philosophical discussions, which would clarify the basic concepts of Marxist language and would thus historicize and make relevant the ideas of socialism, state, proletariat, and so on, precisely following upon this idea that Marxism is a living thought, and that in order to make it relevant for their contemporary realities, they had to be, philosophy had to be free. And in specific periods, depending on the audience also addressed, Praxis philosophers could also, for example, argue that Yugoslavia had already managed to free philosophy from dogmatism, which was still present in other state socialist societies. So in 1967, in the English edition, Gajo Petrovic from Praxis wrote that, and I quote, "Yugoslav Marxists have overcome the Stalinist dogmas about philosophy as a servant of politics and party as the supreme judge in philosophic disputes, and revived Marx's and Lenin's conception of philosophy as an independent creative activity and free philosophical discussion as a means of settling philosophical disputes," end of quotation. So, and the way in which Praxis philosophers then also conceptualized the Stalinist approach to Marxism was the lack of philosophy of man. Instead, what Gajo Petrovic argued, Stalinist Marxism presented, it was kind of a combination of dialectical materialism and historical materialism, which was a very unphilosophical and economistic understanding of history without a man who is the main actor. So in Stalin's approach to Marxism, man was seen, as they said, as an economic animal who is simply subject to absolute laws of social development, which are beyond his control. Rather, the idea in Yugoslav circles was including that at some point of LCY, held and argued that what Marxism ought to be is to be humanist. So that is best said by the author of the 1950 law on self-management, Jovan Đorđević, who was not affiliated with Praxis, but who described Marxism as a philosophy of humanist action and an action of humanist philosophy. This was a quotation. So he also stated that, and I quote, "We owe to Marx the idea that communism is nothing else but humanism." And actually, at the beginning, when I started thinking about this presentation, this concept of humanism, which was so contested in these 60s and around the beginnings, I really wanted to engage with this more, but I think, yes, for now, this is just very, very simply like kind of a description of my issues here. So because these concepts are often used by various groups who do not always stand in opposition to one another, the notion of dissent loses its analytical purchase. So rather what needs to be done is to see in which ways, for what reasons, and in which moments they diverge. And now I will move to my second part. And interestingly, one of the first instances of the public challenge to the classics of Marxism-Leninism in Belgrade. So I don't know about Yugoslavia, but I'm currently in Belgrade doing research, so I'm more familiar right now here, came from the intellectual who would soon end up marginalized in the Yugoslav or specifically Belgrade intellectual arena, and who would become regarded as Stalinists by Praxis philosophers. And here I want to briefly introduce Dušan Nedeljković, who was in the early 1950s Mihailo Marković's mentor, and who, so from Praxis, Mihailo Marković from Praxis, and who held important positions and was a very important authority when it came to Marxist philosophy, simply because he was one of the few surviving Marxist philosophers from the interwar period. As an illustration, in the period between, in the period between 1943 and 1947, he was the president of the State Commission for the Establishment of the Crimes of Occupiers and their Collaborators. And from 1945 until the end of 1953, he was a professor at the philosophical faculty in Belgrade, where from at the end of the 40s, he was even a rector. And in 1952, 1 year after he re-established the Serbian Philosophical Society, Nedeljković presented a series of lectures at the People's University, which opened up a polemic in the journal Književne novine, where Zagorka Mićić, Vuk Pavićević, and Ivan Laće critically debated with him. So the lectures were claimed to be a first instance of the opening of various philosophical questions about Marxism, idealism, materialism, and so on. Zagorka Mićić, so she was actually an interwar phenomenologist, criticized Nedeljković for presenting a number of contradictory positions, in her opinion. For instance, she said that he argued that both idealism and materialism as starting points for the interpretation of the world are limited and inconsistent. So he says idealism is one-sided and materialism is limited, and their fight, however, is still essential and it betters and improves philosophy. She agreed with Nedeljković's claim that, and I quote, "With dogmatism and citations, one ought to be done." That is true, but Mićić wondered how to make this step forward that it actually represents a development, end of quote. So the lectures, according to Mićić, did not really offer a convincing answer to these questions, she argued. And Milovan Đilas, who is at the time still holding a high position in the League of Communists of Yugoslavia and serving as Tito's next in line, attacked Nedeljković in Nova Misao, a journal where he served as an editor alongside Dobrica Ćosić and others. For Đilas, it was deeply problematic that Nedeljković traced the historical inheritance of revolutionary thought of Serbian people and our quote-unquote contemporary philosophy. The periodization of the development of our, that is Serbian worldview, was specifically going back to Serbian history and not Yugoslav history in general. Nedeljković spoke about medieval period, popular Serbian poetry, the first Serbian uprising, and all these important kind of figures from the intellectual, from the Serbian history, for instance, Filip Višnjić, Vuk Karadžić, Svetozar Marković, Dimitrije Tucović, ending his narrative with Tito. And Đilas accused Nedeljković of placing the priorities of Serbian nation over other peoples of Yugoslavia, ascribing it the role of the main leader of the revolution in 1941. In such a way, Nedeljković used the so-called bureaucratic type of greater Serbian chauvinism, upon which he built his whole lecture, so Đilas argued. Especially problematic for Đilas was the fact that Nedeljković tried to turn Filip Višnjić, so who was a poet during the first Serbian uprising during the Ottoman period, into contemporary communist and socialist by claiming that he merely stood for human liberation. And 1 year after this critique, 1954, Đilas would become a persona non grata in Yugoslavia due to his criticisms of bureaucratism within Yugoslav communist circles. Likewise, Nedeljković, after Đilas's attack, wound up at the Ethnological Institute at the Serbian Academy of Sciences and Arts, which was a major step down from his former position as professor of philosophy at the University of Belgrade. So, kind of to wrap up, in this kind of example at the end that I wanted to present, Nedeljković takes the position of we could maybe say, because he attacks the classics of Marxism-Leninism kind of for the first time publicly. So he takes this position of left-wing critic or left-wing dissenter in relation to Đilas. However, soon afterwards, Đilas becomes a dissident, whereas Nedeljković remains within the state-funded institutions. His student, Mihailo Marković, who is intellectually maturing during this period and who becomes a key part of praxis in Belgrade, is dismissed from Belgrade University in 1975, but receives a position at the Institute for Philosophy and Social Theory. In the mid-1980s, he becomes a national figure and couches the left-wing stream of thought within ethno-nationalism. So which is to say that at different moments, these figures are within the system, while at the different moments, they support the goals of the system, and another time they criticize the lack of its implementation. So this would mean that the notion of left-wing dissent ought to be not to be understood as an absolute category of analysis, but as a term that describes a particular position in a particular moment and in a particular context. Thank you.
Thank you, Una. Thank you very much. And I think we will move directly to second contribution, which is Veronika Stoyanova from Kent and Georgi Medarov from Sofia. And they will together present the contribution about inakomyslie. Am I right?
Yes.
Critical thought at the Sophian University Marx Seminar 1978-1986.
Yes. Thanks very much, Christina. Can you all hear me okay? Great, thanks. So I'll present a summary of some of the arguments that Georgi Medarov, who's also here, and myself are working on as part of a paper. So the model commonly deployed to describe and explain state socialism has been that of the totalitarian paradigm. It painted an image of the regimes as autocratic and all-powerful, systems of total control where the state imposes its unlimited power on a paralyzed and helpless mass of people. Revisionist historical and anthropological work, however, has demonstrated the varieties of ways in which these regimes not only failed to live up to this all-powerful definition, but could be seen as, quote, comparatively weak, unquote, Catherine Zed-Peri's wording. In this paper, we focus on intellectual work taking place at the University of Sofia in the 1970s and 80s to trace some of the ways in which this totalitarian narrative and its key binary dissidence system fails to capture the complexities of the political and intellectual life in Bulgaria's case, in Bulgaria's state socialism. So yes, the totalitarian paradigm applied to Soviet and East European socialism produced a simplified and caricatured image of a unified and total system, mercilessly devouring society and heroically resisted by only a few woke individuals, dissidents. This paradigm has also frequently been used to assert a relationship of equivalence between communism and fascism, presenting them as totalitarian twins. And it was precisely a book inviting allusions to the structural resemblance between communism and fascism, which came to embody popularly the idea of dissidents in the Bulgarian case, in the Bulgarian context. written by a philosopher, Gelu Gelev, later to become Bulgaria's first president after the changes. It was written in the 1960s, but only published in 1982, having been rejected by publisher houses before. The book, called Fascism, presented in quite ideal, typical and stereotypical fashion the totalitarian state based on an analysis of Nazi Germany and fascist Italy. Because of its implicit allusions to actually existing socialisms, the book was seized from bookshops a few weeks after publishing, but thousands of copies had already been bought, and it sort of reached a substantial audience, traveling from hand to hand over the next few years. It should be noted that Gelev already had a history of sanctions. He was expelled from the party in the 1960s for attempting to defend a doctoral dissertation criticizing Lenin's vulgar materialism, enraging older generations of philosophers such as Todor Pavlov, the author of the theory of reflection, who was instrumental in institutionalizing the dominant dogmatic strands of dialectical materialism and historical materialism in the 1950s. Yet, Gelev's book did make it to the official printing press. The book was published by People's Youth in 1982. And since then, both the content and the life of this book have been used to justify the validity of the totalitarian model as an interpretive lens on the socialist intellectual life in Bulgaria. Now, some recent revisionist scholarship on the conception and reception of the book, and more broadly on the political life of the notion of totalitarianism in late socialist Bulgaria, has made inroads destabilizing this picture. Zhivka Valevicharska demonstrates the instability of the boundaries between official party line and dissident thinking. For example, Gelev's book relied on the concept of a holistically developed personality to construct a figure of the liberal individual subject as the natural opposition to totalitarianism. But in fact, holistically developed personality had been part of dominant party discourses since the 1970s. It embodies the socialist humanist aspirations of the post-Stalinist period, promising an alternative to modern industrial alienation. But this claim on the concept of the historically developed personality, holistically developed personality, is one of the very few examples of a theoretical appropriation for the purposes of a clear-cut, liberal, anti-communist dissidence. Apart from Gelev, very few of the intellectuals in late socialist Bulgaria had a conception of themselves which can be considered strictly dissident. When asked whether they thought of themselves as dissidents, in a recent interview, Liliana Deyanova, a key intellectual based at the University of Sofia, said they had not heard of this word at the time, but they thought of themselves as inakomisleshti, or we translate it as alter thinking or alternatively thinking. Their intellectual work, which already by the 1970s was taking place in a very vibrant intellectual climate, was marked by significant ideological ambiguities and complexities. And we explore some of these here and in the paper we're working on, and demonstrate that the commonly deployed binary dissident system fails to capture these complexities of the intellectual and political life in Bulgaria at the time. The late socialist humanities cohort, primarily based at the University of Sofia, built a rich intellectual life in and around numerous seminars, conferences and summer schools, poetry readings, binge drinkings, music, pubs and hedonistic parties. Politically and intellectually, the seminars, as they were famously called, varied greatly, from the more liberal circle Synthèse, the critical theory-oriented and left Marxian seminar, which is the focus of our work, to the more conservative debates over theology. But for the purposes of this brief account, we mostly focus on the work of the Marxian seminar, set up by a group of young, mostly sociologists, who met regularly between 1978 and 1986. This cohort of social scientists who matured intellectually in the 1970s were reading widely both Eastern and Western literature, and were debating over Husserl, Gadamer, Mamardashvili, Merab Mamardashvili, Althusser, Ilenkov, Wittgenstein, Lukács, the Frankfurt Critical Theory, and others. The intellectual superiority of this cohort compared to previous generations boldened their self-confidence. And I'll quote now, "We lived with a slightly arrogant confidence of being a philosophical capital, equal to both Moscow and Paris." Recollects Dejan Dejanov, who's the founder of the Marxian seminar. They were unwilling to be merely on the receptive end of theoretical production, but believed themselves capable of proposing their own theories, which are equal, if not better, to the ones articulated in Moscow and Paris. This somewhat arrogant attitude also reflects the relatively privileged position socio-intellectuals enjoyed in a context where there was significant funding and support for social science, and particularly for sociology. And a brief look at the history of the institutionalization of sociology can illustrate the vibrancy and the, as will show, even plurality characteristic of this intellectual climate. The professionalization of sociology happened in a context of significant ideological and generational conflicts between an older generation clutching to a dogmatic historical materialism and a younger generation interested in theories of everyday life and constructivist approaches. Although one line of sociological work, institutionally and ideologically closer to the older generation, simply imported Talcott Parsons' structural functionalism to study social stratification, in this way basically substituting one dogmatic model for another, the younger sociologists were combining Marxian structuralist analysis with phenomenological insights, reading Soviet Marxists such as Ilenkov and Mamardashvili. Working around an understanding of the ideal as a material practice, these alter-thinking sociologists made a full circle, essentially. They used phenomenology to escape the state doxa of the two previously dominant structuralisms, Todor Pavlov's reflection theory on the one hand, and the structural functionalist Western imports and stratification theories on the other hand, only to then reinvent the theoretical analysis of structures incorporating transnational cutting-edge developments in social thought, such as their theory of mediating structures. An interesting point to bracket out here is that one had, and still has to, because they still are developing those theories, to be invested in these intellectual networks in order to be able to truly follow the intricate webs of references and allusions which within these theoretical developments. The reason is not some fear of repression of the totalitarian system, but on the contrary, by the 1980s, intellectuals in Sofia had already achieved substantial level of autonomy, coupled with secure funding, especially to today's standards, and no strong productivist pressure to constantly churn out publications and finished products. Dubbed ideological timeout by Dejanov, sociology was in constant development with no pressure to publish until ideas were ripe. Some of the ideas they worked on involved the effects of the dominance of formal or instrumental rationality and the inversion between means and ends as conditions for the autonomy of fields, which allowed them to pave the way towards a critique of capitalism, not simply as class domination, capitalists are the workers, but also on the whole of the whole modern project, understood as a fateful encounter between modern technology and industrial capitalism, of which the Leninist experiment was only a part, without reducing it to state capitalism. Paradoxically, however, the very modern form of autonomy in the intellectual field, in its particular late socialist variant, was what allowed the construction of those elaborate and expansive critical theories of modernity. This scope of intellectual ambition could hardly be imagined today when we witness the radical de-autonomization of the intellectual field under the pressures of the logic of the market, or what contemporary proponents of the theory of mediating structures themselves call the businessification of fields. And just a couple of other interesting aspects of their intellectual life, of their daily intellectual life. Apart from significant funding for conferences and translations, for example, the post-Stalinist cohort of scholars had access to pretty much any international literature via interlibrary loans. At the same time, this access was decelerated because of technological reasons. The National Library had only one copy machine, which would operate rather slowly. So intellectuals were forced to select the best books and articles and were discussing them collectively. Collective waiting for copies is often recollected in interviews as a kind of common ritual which facilitated informal intellectual debates. It's interesting to highlight this context is exactly the opposite of today's, when younger intellectuals are constantly short of funding, pressed by project applications and quantitative assessments. They have overabundance of digital accessible readings, but no time to read them, let alone discuss them collectively in detail. Now, how can we talk of such radical autonomy of the intellectual field in a context others have described as totalitarian? And there have been claims, for example, that these intellectual groups were some sort of enclaves, theoretical enclaves, detached from power and hence politically impotent. Kolokov, who was himself part of the Marxian seminar, for instance, describes them as, quote, politically protected zones where a new generation could develop and try to elaborate a sociology rather than an ideology. And that, again, quote, the price to be paid for this theoretical luxury, however, was a lack of political activity and open public commitment. But thinking of the seminar as politically protected, in or out of the system or establishment, resisting or conforming, etc., imposes a framework which erases the complexities of intellectual life in these circles. For example, and we give a list of examples. First, for example, Andrei Raichev, a key member of the Marxian seminar again, was a member of the Central Committee of the Communist Party, and as such would get regular reports from informants or party secretaries from within the university. And in a recent interview, Raichev quite amusedly recalls a meeting during which he was reported to about his own suspicious behavior and wrong ideological understandings in the Marxian seminar. The informant being unaware that the Raichev he was reporting about was the Raichev he was reporting to. Another example, a key member of the Marxian seminar was Andrei Bunjulov. He was head of the Bulgarian Communist Youth Organization, which is an extremely powerful position in the party. And another example, an incident which is illustrative of the complex relationship between the political center and intellectuals. On a morning in 1974, Sofia's center woke up to a number of political graffiti reading, "It's our hair today, it will be our heads tomorrow," which is in reference to the state's so-called fashion police, which would patrol the streets and routinely cut youngsters' hair fashioned after 1970s Western styles and deemed subversive by the socialist state. Now, anticipating a heavy-handed response from the state, sociologists at the University of Sofia, who a couple of years later would form the Marxian seminar, rushed to carry out urgent, in their words, field work among young people. And the results of these anonymous questionnaires and interviews they presented to the Komsomol, to the party leadership, were that young people voiced discontent, quote, against concrete repressive measures rather than against the system, effectively succeeding in discouraging the state from launching a persecution campaign. And overall, members of the seminars and these auto-thinking circles generally did intervene politically on particular occasions, for example, supporting political prisoners, also defending Zheluzhelev, protecting subcultural youth groups, an example of which I just gave, all backing the environmentalist protests in the late 1980s. So spaces of political power and spaces of intellectual critique were very complex and very entangled. And even when you take the theoretical interests of the Marxian seminar that I discussed earlier, things emerge as complex. The overall emergence and institutionalization of the theme of everyday, that I just discussed, took place as a result, essentially, of the party's 1974 February plenum on ideology, which introduced the ideological category of way of life or quality of life. And you can say, rather than introduced, you can say imposed. But then again, it was Peter Mitev, who's a key name in the revisionist Marxist circles at the University of Sofia, who, with his report, was key to ensuring the theme gets inserted in the plenum. And generally from the late 1960s until the end of the regime, sociologists occupied key positions in the party and state apparatus. So anyway, it was when this category was introduced, the category of way of life or quality of life was introduced at that plenum when things started to change, when it was introduced as a theme. This category of quality of life emerged in parallel to the new sociological concerns in the West around consumerism and the so-called civilization of free time. In the West, these developments were a result of the exhaustion of the former model of modernization, that of industrial capitalism, and triggered increased funding for research into so-called indicators of quality of life, for example, research into free time, the budgeting of time, etc., etc. And in Bulgaria, this new line of inquiry was both a response to the new social realities of late socialism, again, increased consumption, etc., and simultaneously as part of ideological efforts by younger cohorts to humanize the system. That is, move away from the Stalinist focus on class and class conflict and onto youth, which acquired a very significant focus as a social agent, and onto social phenomena of ordinary life or on the ground. And it is as part of this that the late 1970s and 80s saw this significant increase in funding and support for the social sciences, and particularly for sociology. But unlike scholarship taking place in academic structures, again, this kind of scholarship focusing on the on way of life and quality of life, which is taking place in academic structures closer to the party, the Central Committee of the Communist Party's Social Sciences, Academy for Social Sciences, sorry. So unlike their work, the phenomenological work that was taking place at Sofia University, on the other hand, and particularly the Marxist seminar, was very different. In the words of Dianova again, Lily Dianova, it had nothing to do with those. Quote from her, "They, up there, thought we were working to humanize the system and so on, and we didn't mind them thinking that's what we were doing. Their work instead was first, as I've said, highly theoretical, and second was essentially a critique of totalitarianism, but not the one imagined as embodied by the malevolent state socialist regime, but of totalitarianism understood as the hegemony of instrumental reason. Those early theories, for example, of Wilhelm Reich, for example, those that see totalitarianism as economic fascism, essentially, which is essentially a critique of industrial modernity. So the socialist system would obviously come under critical fire within those, within that work, but only as part of a more fundamental critique of industrial modernity generally. So the leftist dissent, we say here, we have here, then is not necessarily directed against the state socialist system, and as we've shown, not necessarily done by dissidents. And I want to end with a quote from Liliana Dianova again. "Power wasn't somewhere far away. We were both dominant and dominated, like Foucault says. Today, it appears that there are far too many victims amid Bulgarian intellectuals, and those who present themselves as victims, or at least as rebels, are often not the real victims and rebels. Things were very tangled." End of quote. And I'll stop here and I look forward to discussions.
Okay, thank you very much, Veronica. And now we are jumping into the second part of this panel. I would like to also welcome here Alexander and Alexei, who were not with us at the very beginning of the workshop. So hello and thank you for joining us. And Alexei Pensin from London will speak first with his contribution, Dissident in Late Soviet Philosophy, Creative or Speculative Marxism. Alexei, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Do you hear me well? Okay, because sometimes with the Zooms, you try to make a laugh and people not laughing. I mean, nobody. Yeah, so I'm going to talk about this framework of discussion of dissidency in late Soviet philosophy, trying to argue for different terms that, again, challenging this sort of predominant narrative as previous speaker was referring to, or in general, I agree with these premises of this workshop that we should be critical to this sort of liberal, mainstream liberal narratives of this intellectual history of socialism in various parts of Europe. And in general, I also want to challenge somehow this narrative, but rather already within kind of leftist representation of the past, because usual reference for those interesting figures in Soviet Marxism is creative Marxism, which is a kind of vague term in my opinion. So I think that you already done this brilliant work of challenging liberal narratives. So I wanted to challenge as well a little bit leftist narrative about the past, which is also can be very conventional and sometimes being kind of on the left myself, obviously. And but I think it's sometimes also produce quite conventional forms of knowledge about the past, especially this sort of vast array of secondary literature. So my attempt is to somehow to talk about these traditions of late Soviet philosophy and Marxism in more kind of dialogical way, and trying not to inscribe them into sort of the past and describe them as a kind of nice creative people who are struggling with dogmatism of late Soviet philosophy, as usual. Leftist narratives goes as well, both liberal and leftist. Liberals even don't ignore them, ignore these aspects, because for them, both creative and dogmatic Marxism, they were both sort of enemies. And there was even those who were kind of non-orthodox Marxists also belonged to this sort of kind of enemy line. So my notes, which I wanted to share with you in this brilliant workshop, were mostly about these sort of intricacies or complexities of this presenting historical past, even from I mean, this sort of Soviet philosophy, Soviet Marxism, even from a leftist point of view, because I would claim that sometimes it's better to describe some currents in leftist thought as a kind of what I suggest the term is also quite precarious, like speculative Marxism. So in my paper, I would discuss these 3 points, which already clear from what I'm saying, that I will talk a little bit about this creative Marxism narrative. Then I will talk critically, and then I will suggest this term speculative Marxism and explain why. Because why I came to this term, not because of this sort of contemporary debates about speculative term or speculative realism, etc., but rather from the point of view of these materials with which I've been working, such as late Soviet philosophers Evert Ilyenkov and Mikhail Lifshitz. I don't know if you are familiar. Ilyenkov you probably know, but not sure that you're familiar with Mikhail Lifshitz, but not all of you. Yes, so Lifshitz was not only late Soviet intellectual, but he had the outstanding intellectual career from 20s to 80s. So he was very young when he joined these sort of intellectual circles in Moscow, and his passing was in mid-80s. So he had like career of 60 years. So he was both early Soviet Marxism, and so he covers all trajectory of Soviet philosophy. And but I will talk about his later work if I will have some time. So then I will discuss this, why I got to this term speculative Marxism, and then also, if I have time again, I will to get into some details of Lifshitz and Ilyenko of late philosophy to understand why I suggest to call them speculative Marxists. So basically the role of philosophy in Soviet Union was definitely symptomatic. So was a kind of part of this vast apparatus of interactions between intellectuals, philosophers, universities, party members. So philosophy was definitely one of the central disciplines. But paradoxically, it's interesting that status of philosophy in the USSR was also kind of not always like this, because in the 20s, after October Revolution, all regimes, department and faculties of philosophy were dismantled, right? So in 20s, it was like in line with Marx kind of an Engels claim that philosophy should be realized, right? So this, if I don't know, German idealism was discussing all these beautiful things, but we have to realize philosophy. And in 20s, the many philosophy faculties were dismantled, and only in Stalin time, paradoxically, philosophy was reinstated in as an institution in universities, and in particular, my alma mater, Institute of Philosophy in Moscow, was established in 1930s. The institution where I got my PhD. And so paradoxically, philosophy becomes a kind of important institutional discipline only in this second stage, and paradoxically coincide with Stalinist time. So because in 20s, avant-garde thinking of the 20s, you know, probably art, avant-garde art, various forms of thinking about culture, they were rather interdisciplinary paradigm where philosophy was not playing a central role, and it was a kind of, in contemporary language, it was like interdisciplinarity of this kind, under umbrella, of course, of Marxist approach in general to society, culture, etc. So and it's again, so this is the first point that about this sort of evolution of philosophy in general in Soviet Union. And second point is, so I'm not so kind of getting into sort of specific case studies, but talking rather in general here. And the second is that it's difficult to, again, like previous speaker was saying, that it's difficult to define the terms like dissidents within this field, because of course, after Stalin period, after 1953, after Stalin's death, it was definitely de-Stalinization. It was various processes which were linked to kind of various forms of kind of moving forward from the Stalinist paradigm. But at the same time, it's difficult to say about dissidence in philosophy if we talk about this discipline. For example, it's rather better to talk about kind of epistemic dissidence, epistemic disagreements, or epistemic dissidence which would not come the border of political. So philosophy was, in a sense, quite detached from kind of real political praxis or in Soviet Union. So this was like epistemic if you can use the term the dissent or dissidents, it was more about this epistemic kind of issues within the discipline. For example, Alexander Zinoviev, maybe you know this Soviet philosopher Alexander Zinoviev, I don't know, maybe not all of you, who started as a logician. He developed a very complex ideas in formal logic, and also he worked on the logic of capital. He was a circle of people in the 1950s, exactly this after Stalin's death, who studied capital and tried to discuss capital from the point of view of its logic or methodology. And Ilyenkov was also belonging to this circle, and Zinoviev was more or less could be qualified as a dissident because he was later, something happened with him and he moved from logic rather to kind of literature and satire, and he moved toward this representation of Soviet society in quite satirical terms. And he coined this unlucky term Homo Sovieticus, if you know maybe this term. So lately he emigrated to Germany, I think. So he was more or less classical dissident in the sense that he has broken. He was also working in the same Institute of Philosophy I was mentioning before. And then he moved abroad in the 90s, published successively several books in German and English, I think. But then he returned in the 90s, and then his views became much more conservative. So he started a kind of mounted a kind of critique of the West. It's kind of rationality, exactly as the previous about this sort of totalitarian instrumental rationality of the Western societies, etc. So, and he was more or less could be qualified as a dissident, but I think in general, besides his work on capital and formal logic, I think this later period philosophically is less interesting. So this dissidency also led to kind of degradation of the quality of philosophical work, in a sense. Because after that, his production, though he was very prolific, was rather bizarre, I would say. So it was a kind of real kind of rupture in his thought, and it led actually rather to negative outcomes. So this sort of dissidency. Or for example, another dissident you can talk about here is Boris Kagarlitsky, whom probably some of you know, who was rather, it's based on conversation with him maybe 10 years ago or more, because now we are not much talking to Boris Kagarlitsky. He was saying that this sort of situation of 70s, where indeed some part of philosophy was highly kind of instrumentalized by more or less ideological use, and was quite ritual speeches, and the whole thing was rather following this sort of official, pretending to follow this official discourse. Of course, this somehow repelled many people from philosophy, and for whom philosophy had been kind of scholastic, because it was instead of philosophy, they started to be interested in social sciences and political sciences and more empirical approach to reality, because they were kind of lacking this. Interestingly, that Kagarlitsky, so he was kind of critically sort of distanced from philosophy as a theoretical Marxist discourse, and more interested in the sort of empirical social history, in Marxist kind of political writing and publicism. And interestingly, that his recent book, whose title is also very telling, it's already published in English by Routledge. It's called Between Class and Discourse, Left Intellectuals in Defense of Capitalism. So exactly, he reproduces this sort of critical attitude to theory, this time addressing it to not to Soviet dogmatic, presumably dogmatic Marxism, but to contemporary leftist academic discourse, who somehow, in his opinion, de facto defends capitalism. You know, this obvious anti-theoretical critique that these sort of leftist academics, they just produce these sort of wordy theories, somehow blocks political action, etc., etc. So interestingly, that he transfers this attitude to Soviet kind of scholastic Marxism to contemporary leftist, international leftist Marxist theory. So this is also very interesting how these old attitudes formed in 70s somehow work today. So because theory for him is a kind of scholastics, but he got this attitude already in 70s under Soviet condition. So so I was just talking through a couple of examples, and also another example which somehow gives you bright example about attitude of philosophers to dissidency or to dissent. I found it recently in a memoirs of Vladislav Lektorsky, who is still works in this Institute of Philosophy, which is like a collection of a lot of people from Soviet time working there. And his memoirs being about the anecdote about another Soviet Marxist philosopher whose name is Genrikh Batishev. I don't know if you know any of you of these names, but he was also a kind of student of Ilyenkov, and he worked on this activity theory. If you know, this was a kind of current within Soviet Marxism, a study of activity, or similar maybe to praxis, because the central point was sort of producing a theory of practical action or theory of activity. And interestingly, that this was a case with this Batishev, who was very important and very engaging speaker and philosopher, always surrounded by his disciples. And suddenly in early 80s, because of all this sort of gradual stagnation of everything, he suddenly turned to Christianity, right? So he was a Marxist, that then something happened to him. And then he somehow turned to Christianity and been baptized in Orthodox Church. And he, again, he worked in this Institute of Philosophy, and this immediately raised an issue because, you know, scholars in Soviet times, they had to pass these sort of annual appraisals, as like we are doing now, like submitting annual report or something like this. Performance review. So this immediately raised the issue with his performance review. This was a director of this institute in 80s, whose name is, again, sorry for bombarding you with a lot of Russian names, whose name was Georgy Smirnov, and who later became advisor to Gorbachev. I hope you know who was Gorbachev. And he was wise in his decision, because he was a kind of head of this committee for appraisals or performance reviews. And he said that's okay, let him do what he's doing. And finally, well, he says, well, let's not breed the dissidents. So he means, let's not produce, by such decision, let's not produce more dissidents. For example, if he would be fired from this Institute of Philosophy, definitely this philosopher would become extremely political, kind of oppositional, etc. So this vice, kind of this sort of internal codes or internal ethics of this philosophical community was rather mild, I would say, especially in the late Soviet time. And this was a kind of irony about dissidents who already been quite known since late 60s and 70s. And this was a kind of, let's not produce a dissident. So this was a kind of, I don't know how much time I have. It was just preliminaries, but
like minus 2 minutes.
Okay. So I will just try to read then my notes, less improvised. So basically, as I said already, so there is in existing literature on Soviet Marxist philosophy, there is a kind of predominant terms is a creative Marxist. So this, not by liberals, by those people who are sympathetic to Marxism in general. And this position definitely already immediately suspicious from contemporary kind of critical point of view, given, for example, this sort of critique of the very term creativity, right? So, for example, you can take a structuralist critique of the notion of creativity. What is creativity from the point of view of its kind of this sort of critique in Foucault, for example. So secondly, the term, the emergence of this term actually is quite obscure in the sort of discourse of history of philosophy, intellectual history, because it was occasionally used even in first half of 20th century creative Marxism as a label for good Marxism, but not necessarily, because sometimes by creative Marxism, it had a negative meaning, meaning rather revisionism against this sort of orthodox dogma. So for example, Stalin was using this term creative Marxism. He famously said in the Congress of Bolshevik Party in August 1917 that there is a dogmatic Marxism and a creative Marxism. And I stand on the ground of the latter. So he considered himself not as dogmatic, but rather creative Marxism. And this was linked to his support and endorsement of the idea of armed uprising in 1917 before this. So this Congress was before Revolution, October Revolution. So he supported Lenin and was arguing that against dogmatic Marxism, we should think about possibility of revolution in Russia, economically, industrially backward country, which goes against this sort of dogma of Western Marxism. So it was a lot of complications like this with this term. So, but it was also been circulating in, let's say, Western Marxism, for example. Ernst Bloch been using this term and his principle of hope, arguing about sort of there should be sort of creative Marxism, etc. So, and then it's strangely somehow been established in this sort of historical literature about Soviet intellectual history, Soviet Marxism. So my suggestion was rather to use the term speculative Marxism or talk about speculative aspects of Soviet Marxism. And I will try to explain very briefly, if I still have like maybe 5 minutes to explain why. There is a lot of these terms like which try to make kind of more fresh looking Marxist philosophy or theory. There is even a book called Magic Marxism. So my proposition, speculative Marxism, is rather modest. It was also occasionally used, speculative Marxism was occasionally used in a contemporary context or linked to the discussions between speculative materialism or realism, accelerationism. So it was used this sort of as a term occasionally, for example, even by some people from the circles of accelerationism, because who considered this sort of speculative Marxism as a kind of a little bit sci-fi Marxism, which plays with various hypothetical kind of points on contemporary capitalism as being kind of precursor of future technological singularity, and capitalism considered retroactively as a kind of predecessor of this future kind of technological explosion, etc., artificial intelligence, etc. So, but more closely to my approach, I mentioned this book in my abstract of my talk, is a recent book by Kat Moir, the Australian scholar who wrote a book on Ernst Bloch titled Speculative Materialism, Ontology, Epistemology, Politics. And this is a kind of a more close approach because she defends this term speculative, which was used also by Bloch. He called some of his work speculative materialism because, for example, he had a published work on the notion of, or on the concept of matter, published in 70s, like Key Problems of Materialism, its History and Substance, it's called, written in 30s and published in 1972. And this is highly speculative discussion about what is matter, what is, how to say, it's kind of striving or longing for self-realization and conscious forms. So which is close today for this kind of vitalistic currents in materialism, for example. So about this sort of animated matter, etc. So, but it's interesting work. And of course, this work provoked a hostile reaction within Western Marxists. For example, Habermas criticized Bloch for this kind of speculative materialism, kind of going beyond this sort of Kantian Marxism, which was a key model of Western Marxism. Like you cannot kind of breach the borders of reason, go beyond empirical evidence with your kind of wild speculations. So this was the main gist of Habermas' critique. So these speculations about a matter who strives to self-conscious self-realization, etc. But it's also that, interestingly, that very similar topics can be found in late in Ilyenkov and Lifshitz philosophy, because if you know, maybe I was working or contributing to this project of translation of Ilyenkov text, Cosmology of the Spirit, if you are familiar with this text, or maybe not. I wrote also an essay about this text. So Ilyenkov's, similarly, it's quite early text of Ilyenkov, so it's extremely speculative work where he talks about the sort of distant utopian future of human civilization, and his main premise that the kind of cosmic mission of humanity is to prevent entropic death of the universe. So this is a kind of speculative, to give you a sense of what means this sort of speculative thought. And to perform this mission, humanity should stage a kind of artificial Big Bang, so accumulating resources, etc. So I think this sort of kind of Žižek, because Slavoj Žižek, he wrote an essay about Ilyenkov, also drawing on my article, and he was also kind of calling this a point of madness of dialectical materialism, in the sense that this sort of Ilyenkov somehow twisting this sort of dialectical discourse to the point of boiling or kind of speculative explosion. So this is to give you the sense, and he obviously exactly Žižek criticized Ilyenkov from this sort of more normative Western point of view of Western Marxism, arguing that Ilyenkov rather ignores this sort of internal negativity of the subject, somehow postponing this negative explosion to the very kind of historical distant future. So this is his main critical argument against this. So, but I think it's rather kind of about different scale of philosophical kind of stakes in this process, against these very mediocre representations about creative Marxism, which is a sort of creatively rereads again Marx Capital, etc. And similarly, the same similar attitude is present in Mikhail Lifshitz, whose later work was on what he called ontognoseology, and it's now published. A lot of his archival notes, and he never produced a kind of his opus magnum on this topic, but it's very interesting project of a future ontology. 1 minute, okay, I see. No, I'm very attentive, I'm very disciplined. Yeah, of course. 1 minute. So just to give you a sense, to give you a flavor of what means this sort of speculative in late Soviet context. So, and Lifshitz also constructs his ontognoseology based on the principle, as Ilyenkov actually, because I think Žižek doesn't understand the claim of Ilyenkov in the sense that it was a claim that communism, in this his idea of cosmology and this sacrificial future future kind of self-sacrificial gesture of communist humanity. So his main claim is that intelligent life in its communist form is something which is strictly necessary in material universe, right? So this is the main claim. So following maybe Spinoza, who also thought that thought is a kind of necessary attribute of substance. But Ilyenkov adds here also a twist, saying that not just thought, but intelligent thought in the form of communism somehow necessary for material universe. So our brain, our thoughts are somehow hypothetically necessary because they provide sustainability of material universe in this sort of mind-blowing perspective of cosmic time and billions of years, etc. So Lifshitz similarly argued that thought is in somehow in the form of human thought, which somehow produced by human praxis, is also a kind of necessary condition for existence of material universe. So it's not idealism, but rather this kind of important speculative claims related to this sort of in general materialist or Marxist philosophy and ontology. So just to give you the sense of what I mean by speculative, this sort of, and of course this could be longer discussion about meaning of the notion of speculative in Hegel, etc., but we can skip and stop here. And in general, I wanted to develop this sort of few project related to this reading these speculative elements on the margin of on the margins of the Soviet philosophical discourse. I thinking about this as a kind of a research project. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much for a very interesting presentation. Not that much for the time management, but we still have time. And the last contribution, yes, and we have the last contribution of this panel by Alexander Amberger from Berlin, and his paper is called Alternative Concept of Communism Among East German Dissidents. Alexander, please, floor is yours.
So, hello from Berlin. Do you hear me? Okay, I would like you to tell you something about three important dissidents from GDR from the 70s, who not only criticized the system and the repression, instead they designed ecological, communist and utopian alternatives in the 70s. All three are individuals, so not friends. They don't cooperate or something. There are big differences between them, also in their age, and all three died in the end of the last century. But something is common between them, and I will tell you about this. So Marxism rose after the October Revolution. Its utopian impulse fell victim to the Stalinist system of bureaucracy. What remained in the end was the ideological system of Marxism-Leninism. Its purpose was to legitimize the dictatorship of the Bolshevik party, and it also was based on a design flaw by Marx and Engels and the so-called ban of images. It forbade communists to concretely imagine the communistic future, the golden future or something. Instead of this, practice took priority, and the communism as a theological end of history was placed
at the end of the revolutionary transformation process. And until then, the Leninist party, the revolutionary party with the avant-garde elite on top should point the way to this future. Only a few Marxists disregarded this band of pictures. In GDR, it was the three philosophers I would tell you about. It's Rudolf Barrow, Wolfgang Harich, and Robert Havemann. Maybe you know some of these guys. They wrote left-wing and ecological utopias in the 70s. And in this way, they wanted to give a new impulse to the so-called real socialism. But not only that, they also reacted to global problems of the time. Most of these problems are still actual. In the beginning of the 70s, the first Club of Rome report, Limits of Growth, challenged the way modern civilizations lived around this time and still now. Even then, the scientists saw humanity at a crossroad. If they continue to deal with nature as carelessly and instrumentally as before, an ecological catastrophe will be the result. The scientists behind the Club of Rome was a group on the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, definitely not communists. And as a way out of the crisis, they called for a turn away from economic growth, but not from capitalism. So they wanted capitalism without growth. Barrow, Harich, and Havemann, on the other hand, said this will be impossible because capitalism needs growth and only communism is able to be a system without growth. So they reflected the Club of Rome report and results and turned it into communist utopias. They were dissident because the GDR itself and the SED, the leading party, could give a little consideration to environment in between the economical race with the West. And they invested a lot of money, and under the first leader, Walter Ulbricht, the first chief of the system, of the party and of the state, in the 50s and 60s, they built up infrastructure and production equipment and something, and his successor in 1971 was Erich Honecker. He focused more to consumption, to improve the mood of the population, to make a better mood for people and more legitimation for the system with more possibilities of consume. Barrow, Harich, and Havemann said this is the wrong way. We need another concept of communism. We don't need to simulate Western society, Western lifestyle, because we are even economically not able to do this ever. And why should we? We are a socialistic state, so we have to be a green socialism. They wrote books about this theme in the 70s. These books are not printed in GDR, but in Western Germany. Some of them are also translated into foreign languages, and especially the three utopias are interesting for me. This is Communism Without Growth from Harich, 1975. Rudolf Barrow, The Alternative from 1977. And Robert Havemann, Tomorrow from 1980. They wanted to criticize real socialism and suggest alternatives. Dealing with the warnings of Club of Rome shaped alternative societies. And there were also revisionists of the existing socialism, and also of some Marxist dogmas, like the prognosis from Marx from his critique of the Gotha program, according to which Marx said in communism all springs of the cooperative wealth would flow more fully. And Barrow, Harich, and Havemann revisit this in an ecological way and created their utopias. So Harich created a global ecological dictatorship. Barrow envisioned a new society with a high level of education and arts and something. And there's different structure of needs. And Havemann wanted to solve the problems in a technical way, in technical communism. So I will say something about the three books now. The book of Harich contains 6 interviews and an exchange of letters between him and the West German social democrat Freimut Duwe. And in this book, Harich pledged to turn away from the growth path. In his opinion, the only way to solve the pressing problems of humanity was a global ecological dictatorship based on the model of real socialism, but without its efforts to better supply the population with luxury goods, real socialism without luxury. The promise of prosperity and luxury for everyone from old school orthodox Marxism is incompatible with the limits of growth. Harich no longer wanted to see the dictatorship as a transition phase to communism. So it should now be the final historical state, but under ecological auspices. That meant renouncing the state's death. The state shouldn't die in communism. There will be no anarchism or something in the end. For ecological reasons, he thought democracy and market economy are wrong and not compatible. The leadership of the SED was, of course, not enthusiastic about his ideas because he named the human rights violations and the repression, like other oppositioners too, but instead, in difference to other oppositioners, he wasn't against this repression. So he said, we need this, but for ecological reasons. And by eliminating the competition on the world market, by planning production around the world and distribute the goods with a central distributing system and coordination system, it will be possible to okay, so some people said Harich's concept is a prison communism, but he didn't think so. He said in the way of the French social utopian Babeuf, he wanted to unite the common good and the happiness of the individual. He wanted a transformation to this ecological dictatorship from above and a voluntary subordination of people to the ecological politics of the world government because it's necessary to save the world. It's got a lot of critique to this concept, and one of his critiques was even another dissident, the natural scientist Robert Havemann. He approached ecological problems in a completely different way. His Utopia Tomorrow, he lamented the arms race, the global social inequality, the Western waste on the one hand, and the hunger in the third world on the other. He criticized the fixation on luxury and wasted resources, and the mountains of rubbish the system produces. Like Harich, he was the opinion that capitalism couldn't solve this global crisis, but Habermas also considered that real socialism will never be able to solve the problems. Instead of this, he designed a utopia of a third way between the capitalism and the real socialism. And it is based on science because his was a physical and chemical professor and one of the most famous nature scientists in early GDR. So his utopia was based on technical innovation. He traveled with his family to an area. It's a report of a travel, of a vacation to this utopia. It's located at the area of Yugoslavia, but it's not Yugoslavia, it's just there. And he describes the living there. In this utopia, the woman is free from patriarchy, resources are used sensibly instead of be wasted. There are no cars, and in general, there's a strong environmental awareness. The whole society that got great importance to knowledge, to education. Cities do no longer exist. And have been replaced by a decentral settlement. Big industry complexes are computer-based, and so there's a lot of disposable time for population to educate, to do arts, or to travel, or live in a hedonistic way. There's also a world language, and nobody is forced to work, and there's no money anymore, and everything is relaxed and got a lot of free time. The third concept was by Rudolf Barrow. He also based it on education, but not in such an hedonistic way like Habermas. In his book, worldwide printed 300,000 books in many languages. Maybe you know this book. It was famous in the late 70s. He analyzed the history of real socialism, and he analyzed the structural problems of the system. And in the third part of the book, he also created an utopian perspective. And he said that the transformation to another free communism would only be possible through an intellectual cultural revolution, not a cultural revolution like in Mao, China, and another kind of cultural revolution. Barrow pleaded for emancipation. He turns also against industrialism, which destroys people and environment. But in contrast to Habermas, he did not believe that the problems could be solved by technology. His alternative communism should break away from consumption and the world of goods. Instead, Barrow pleaded for deliberate, regulated, sustainable, and harmonious growth and life. This requires a balance between humans and nature, and only then would real freedom be possible. To do this, the hierarchical structure of society must be overcome. It was important to him that this should happen in the world of work. He saw the hierarchy in the division of labor as the main problem of society, because this is what produces inequality. And this carries over to society as a whole and to the habitus of the people and something. And the same applies to inequality in education system, which reproduces this inequality to next generations. And instead of this, he wanted an emancipated society. Political, it should be organized in a council system, and at the top should be a new league of communist elite, like the one from the Communist Manifesto by Marx and Engels, so-called Bund der Kommunisten. All three authors also refer positively to Lenin. They are looking for some democratic and maybe grassroots elements in his work, and emancipation elements, not in the dictatorial. They've tried to read Lenin in a new way, and also Marx and Engels. All three were anti-Stalinists, but they also didn't like Western democracy. They didn't like capitalism and something, and they are not were not impressed to reclaim human rights or something what dissidents usually say. Their ideas couldn't be discussed in GDR because the leading party, the SED, didn't want to speak about ecological problems because they got no money for an ecological infrastructure or something, and they didn't want to speak about this. So the green problems, ecological problems, would be discussed by the non-left dissidents in the late 80s, and we were a part of the revolutionary movement in 1989. But at this moment, the ideas of Barrow, Harich, and Helvemann were also forgotten for this movement. This was a practice environmental movement. They didn't discuss the utopian perspective of these three philosophers. Yeah, this was my little lecture, and I hope you have learned something about and you understood me. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Alexander. Also, Joe just noticed that the book from Barrow has just come out in Czech, and also it was translated to English. So we post links into chat. And now I am opening floor for the discussion, for your comments. Please raise your hand or type in chat if you have any questions to our speakers. So no one. Una? Yes.
Yes, hello, thank you. I have a question for Alexander, actually, because I was just thinking right now, I think that Wolfgang Harich was actually visiting also cultural summer school. I mean, I remember seeing his name on the list of participants, and and there were some also books that the Praxis was actually reviewing. So I was just wondering whether you know something about these links. And also, it also occurred to me as I was listening to you, another person who was kind of involved with Praxis, but also, I mean, kind of like involved when I say like, it means like really coming to cultural summer school, was Osip Fletchheim, who was a futurist. And I was also wondering whether there was some also links with this, like if there was some, so that Barrow and Wolfgang Harich and Havemann were in a way, to some extent, like also communicating with him when he came back to Germany. Thank you.
Okay, Alexandra, do you want to react directly?
Yes, I can try. I think they have contact, but I have to read again. I don't know at the moment. Harich was connected to Georg Lukács in the 50s. He edited his books in Eastern Germany. And in 56, when the revolution was in Hungary, they also wanted to have reforms in Eastern Germany, a more democratic system, and the end of Walter Ulbricht as the leading dictator. And for this, Harich went to jail for about 9 years. He was in prison for his oppositional try to change GDR, but his connection and honoring for Georg Lukács was keeps till the end of his life, and especially Barrow and his alternative, and also Havemann were influenced by Yugoslavian discourses and the council system.
Thank you. Thank you. Now Florian and then Ilya. Florian, please.
Thank you. My question goes mainly to Veronica. I wanted to thank you for your presentation. I didn't know anything about this Bulgarian dissidents, weren't dissidents, but I have a question. What happened to them after '89? because you mentioned the word somehow in power, but not really, so it would be interesting. And I'm asking as well, because it's something that was mentioned by Alexei and by Alexander as well, what happened to many of those dissidents who had this very strong critique of industrialism, because Alexei mentioned that Zinoviev after in the 90s became rather conservative, and if you take the case of Bago in from Eastern Germany, he became basically an esoteric lunatic after in the 90s somewhere. So it would be interesting to see whether, because you mentioned that this Bulgarian dissidents had a similar critique of industrialism, whether something similar happened to them. Thank you.
Okay, Veronica.
I will actually let Georgi, who's quite integrated in what are the sort of post-1989 networks right now. He's actually at the moment sitting in what's effectively the continuation of the Marxism seminar. So he has a lot more insight than me. I'll let him talk. Just before I do that, I mean these groupings are obviously very heterogeneous, and they had quite different trajectories. We had people who went into politics, people who stayed at the university. So it's quite a varied sort of situation. One of the key people, one who I cite as well, Andrei Raichev, became one of the key capitalists, kind of intellectual capitalists. Well, I'll let Georgi explain in more detail. He's much more integrated in those networks at the moment.
Okay. Georgi.
Yeah, hello. Sorry, I'm a bit on the move, that's why I don't put my camera on. They had quite diverse trajectory, but this kind of a critical theory, let's say from 70s and 80s, never kind of had a kind of a rupture in 89. It always continued, and it still exists in various forms. So the people who were active in this Marxist seminar, they were quite active in the field of sociology and social sciences in the 90s and till today. Nobody turned conservative really or nationalist from this particular group, but some people had like a liberal trajectory, like she mentioned Andrei Raichev, who is like a key entrepreneur in kind of a polling. He has like an important polling agency, but some remained involved mostly in academic work, in a kind of a critical theory. And maybe the biggest development is that through this kind of critique of modernity, let's say, what was developed was the kind of a strong kind of environmentalist side, even though theoretically environmentalist, not in terms of kind of a activist kind of environmentalism, but they have a very strong kind of a critique of the environmental limitations, let's say, of modern capitalism today. But it is quite diverse, I would say. I don't know if this answers the question, but yeah.
Thank you. And now I think Ilya wanted to ask something.
Thank you. I have a question for Alexei. Thank you, firstly, for your brilliant presentation. You mentioned that the philosophy was perceived among the most or many of the Soviet dissidents as a sphere of scholastic and a sphere of conformism. That's why such people as Kagorlitsky and many others, they reject the philosophy which somehow distant itself from the concrete social analysis. At the same time, we know that the people from academic background in physics, in mathematics, in biology were actively and massively involved in the dissident movement, not to mention Sakharov, Zharas Medvedev, Yuri Orlov, and many, many others. Do you see kind of tension or some kind of contradiction between these two types of academic backgrounds and academic thinkers, in the sense that the academic backgrounds in physics or in mathematics was directly related with, for such people as Sakharov, for example, with some view on society, some certain understanding of the role of the dissident and human rights defender in the society. So in fact, can you say that basically you have two different type of materialisms here, and you have a kind of the clash of materialisms among the Soviet dissent?
Okay. Yeah. Thank you for this question, Ilya. Okay, but I have maybe one answer would be serious to this, and another answer would be more kind of playful, because it's really interesting question that why in the field of philosophy the dissent was limited, as you said, and I also said in my talk, rather epistemic, not political, if we can rephrase your question. Because again, my view was exactly that Ilyenkov and Lifshitz, some of their work, they are crazy in a sense, being not normative for Marxism, even for Western Marxism. They're quite, to use this journalistic term in English, mind-blowing, in the sense that this level of speculation, etc., though they were not kind of, they were very professional people. They knew the history of philosophy. They were, again, to repeat Lifshitz, for example. Lifshitz is an interesting case about this, why, do I respond to your question about why philosophy was more, how to say, philosophers, they were more accept of Zinoviev, because I was thinking about cases of dissidency within philosophy. Probably Zinoviev is indeed more the brightest case, because others, it's difficult to remember, because Lifshitz could be also interestingly called dissident, because he was challenging the liberal mainstream in 60s, because he had a very controversial reputation, but not in party, but among liberals, because his aesthetic views were extremely anti-modernist. He criticized Soviet avant-garde, so he was perceived like a retrograde. He was, for those of you who might not know much about Lifshitz, he was, for example, a friend of Georg Lukács, and they've been working in the Institute of Philosophy in Moscow since together when Lukács was in exile in Moscow. And also, again, if to look through at them through this optics of dissidency or dissent, it's in Stalin time, dissent was how to say, it was very risky business, dissent, because for a particular sentence or statement, you could be physically kind of repressed, and and in this sense, it was already playing out these games, political oppositions, which started even before October Revolution, etc. So it was a long process. But if we talk about dissent in this sense of Lifshitz, for example, he was in a sense a kind of dissident, because he, even in Stalin's time, he was claiming himself Orthodox Marxist, right? So he was criticizing these sort of avant-garde uses of Marxism in 20s. He was advocating kind of classical culture, etc. But at the same time, even he managed to got under threat in 30s, because he was editing the journal Literary Critic, which Lukács was also contributing to this journal. That's why some of his articles known only in its Russian version, for example. And this was also, this journal, though he was claiming to be most orthodox Marxist journal, was also kind of prosecuted because some on the side of this, how we call it, president of the literary union, Fadeev, I think he was also starting this kind of attack on them. I don't know if you're asking me about, so Lifshitz could be also considered as a strange dissident. So again, trying to relativize these categories. If you ask me, does it have to do with the nature of the discipline, right? Like physics, they have probably specific mindsets, or they have probably specific institutional condition for their kind of, probably because obvious answer would be that philosophy was definitely under much more attention from party organs. Probably it was more kind of strictly observed or monitored because philosophy was performing the central function of kind of somehow reestablishing, reaffirming various sort of basic points of Marxism, etc., because it was strategically more central discipline. So ultimately a more joking part of this answer, because the Soviet Union was in a sense this sort of, I agree with these playful characteristics by Boris Groys, and actually by Lifshitz as well, that Soviet Union was embodiment of a Platonic dream about the state of ruled by philosophers. In a sense, because Lenin, for example, for Lifshitz, Lenin was a philosopher who was a kind of leader of the state, etc. Because Lenin was consulting some of Hegel's text before making another decree, etc. I think, yes, physics, other disciplines, they were less kind of ideologically framed, people were less pressured. Probably this would be the answer. And philosophers, they are loving philosophy, you know, and that's why they are ready to, like this case of Smirnov, who said, okay, let's not breed the dissidents. So kind of, they were somehow more tolerant inside these institutions to this form of dissidence, because the case of this Batishev, who was really appalling, the guy converted from Marxism to Christianity, but they were able to tolerate, as this anecdote shows, these things. I don't know, it's a good question. I will think further about this, what has to do with the discipline. But again, I think it has to do with this sort of being more watched, more observed in philosophy, because philosophy was kind of more central in this real socialism in a sense, because it was also, you know, these strange invasions of dialectical materialism in various, in genetics, in chemistry, even, for example, Kedrov, who was one of those teachers of Ilyenkov, he was trying to introduce dialectical method in chemistry, who worked on the, so it was also kind of, philosophy was kind of strange discipline who addressed its claims to these empirical disciplines, and probably some of these people who've been working in these empirical or theoretical sciences like physics, they were feeling kind of also under this sort of ideological aggression of some of those enthusiastic philosophers who been trying to introduce dialectical materialism in sciences, for example. Maybe this was also another more specific factor. Yeah, it's an interesting question.
Thank you very much. And I can see that Joe have a question, and then Honza Mervart.
Yeah, well, my question actually follows up on this, but I was really interested in the way that Veronica described the kind of the structure of intellectual production that was in place in Bulgaria at that time. And I'm wondering to what extent we can think about a lot of the relatively nonconformist ideas that came out of these structures in light of that kind of academic situation, both for those who are inside it and had sometimes, I think like it's a really interesting point that actually I think about often when we're stuck filling out grant applications and fulfilling the grant requirements today, publishing just for the sake of publishing, and comparing the kind of books that were published before 1989, that were sometimes much more ambitious, that had a certain, and it was, in some sense, maybe it was expected for them to be critical, at least on one level, of like that intellectual ideas were connected to making some kind of social claim, whether it was in support of the dominant line or like a friendly opposition or various other things. But yeah, I'm just really interested. I don't know if Veronica or anyone else has more to say on how this academic system affected the kind of alternative knowledge that was produced, and then maybe also had influence on the way knowledge was produced, even by people once they were, in some cases, expelled from the system, though that wasn't the case for these Bulgarian thinkers for the most part, but for others who were still influenced by this system, and dissidents working day jobs would then go and write really ambitious books in the evening that today's academics who are fully employed and free never write those kinds of books. But, so that's a big question, but if you have any thoughts.
Thanks, Joe. It is a big question. There's quite a few things, quite a few other questions it opens up, like you say, and directions of thinking. I think one thing that we wanted to highlight, and we might do more of that in the paper as well, is this kind of also relationship of dependency between the political center, the political power, and essentially the producers of knowledge in this context. Scholars, intellectuals. It is to a very significant extent that the party bureaucracy relied on information supplied to them. I think the case we used to illustrate that with where they kind of this group of sociologists saved these youngsters with the graffiti there was illustrative, and it's one example of many. Where sociologists, by producing kind of empirical and theoretical work, would push policies in a certain direction. So in this sense, they probably had more power, particularly if you think about the Bulgarian context, at the time and today, definitely a lot more power than they do today. This is one aspect. Another one, yeah, absolutely, like you say, today's academic environment is very different. It's obviously, it is embedded in a very different kind of, it's pushed by it's driven by the market, by market logic. And none of us are capable of sort of having this luxury of time and community as well to discuss as much as they do. And if you read their interviews, recollecting a lot of their experiences, can't quite imagine a lot of that being possible today. This kind of luxury of time and also support to engage in intellectual work. I had a couple of other points. I don't know if Georgi wants to add. I'm trying to remember what my other, because I lost my train of thought. Georgi, are you here still?
Okay. Thank you. Sorry, Veronica. Do you want to Georgi to say something? Or?
If he was, because if he's still here, I'm not sure. I know that he's at the Marxist seminar now. Well, it's not called Marxist seminar anymore. It's called, what is it called, Georgi? It's the Institute for the Study of Critique of Hypermodernity, where they continue to develop their theories of, say, what I was saying earlier, the theories of mediating structures, etc. So they, some of them continue to kind of engage in this theoretical work as well. Georgi, if you're still here, you might want to add.
Georgi, are you still with us? Okay, so probably he doesn't hear us. Okay, so let's move to next question. Maybe we can come back to it later. Honza.
Thanks. Thanks a lot, all of you. It was a great panel. I have another big question, actually, because all the presentations tackled a very similar issue of, let's say, of a border between officiality and unofficiality, right? So my question is, like, if you think about it, if we can see the line between these two. Alexei proposed the term epistemological dissidency, right? Well, I would say yes and no at the same time. Like politically speaking, there is this old term introduced by Harold Gordon Skilling, who spoke about loyal opposition in a political sense, right? But I'm still not sure if we can speak about dissidency on the level of thought, even though we can distinguish like orthodox, speculative, whatever kind of Marxism we can, but it's the very same field that the guys, and mostly guys, were, you know, fighting at the same battlefield, playing with the pretty similar toys, and you know, fighting with similar weapons. So that's a question I'm thinking about right now. It's an open question, and you don't need to react right now, but whoever feels comfortable to react is welcome.
Okay, thank you, Honza. Does anyone want to answer this big question about the distinction between official, unofficial, semi-official, maybe? Okay, maybe we can leave it as an open question right now. And I have also one more question for Una and Veronica, because you both somehow questions the concept of left dissent and show that what might be called leftist dissent or leftist dissident thinking was also part of official production, or these people who produced the leftist dissident positions were, at least for some time, part of official institutions or semi-official. So my question is, if in Bulgarian and Yugoslavian context, is there any, like a, I don't want to say real leftist dissent, but leftist and Marxist thinking that were from the very beginning, that stood outside the institutions, and it didn't develop from Marxist revisionists. So these people were not, has never been part of official institutions, or they were not quietly accepted, but they, for a very long time, for the whole time of communism, they were outsiders, and they were not tolerated.
Shall I quickly step in here? As far as I know, and again, Georgi might want to add more, but from what I know, my answer would be largely no. It's this kind of more integrated critique, integrated as part of academic and political structures that was taking place. I think pretty much the only sort of, well, in this case, individual really that we would consider as more sort of existing outside of the system and openly not tolerated, even though that's also a bit debatable. He was not tolerated. I'm talking about Zhelo Zhelev, who I quoted with his book Fascism. Obviously, his, you know, ideologically, politically, his position is quite ambiguous. He paints this very simplified picture of the system as a totalitarian one. At the same time, it's funny because he retains, as I said, the concept of the holistically developed personality. Another one that I didn't mention is, for example, he retains the base superstructure model, even though he's critical in his book, but he still retains it. And he even retains it after 1989, where he turns it around. He says that fascism was actually the lesser of the two evils of communism, between communism and fascism, because fascism at least didn't touch, I'm quoting him, didn't touch the base, property. So I want to say there's these kind of ambiguities in his thinking, but clearly he was this kind of outside liberal anti-communist individual that was openly not tolerated by the system. And again, even though he wasn't, he still managed to publish his book in 1983. So again, official, unofficial, tolerated, kind of conformist, dissident is very blurred and not as kind of strictly and neatly separated, which I suppose is a lot of what we're trying to say.
Can I add something as well? Yeah, sorry, I missed the previous question because I was running around. So on the question whether there was anti-systemic dissent, we were maybe left dissent. We were maybe trying to question the whole idea that the system was a coherent whole. But overall, yes, there were some groups of critique, not intellectual critique though necessarily, which was completely outside of the system. Like with the Stalinization, for example, there was a strong movement of hardliners who were inspired by Maoism as well. So ironically, this was like the Bulgarian 68 Maoism was like hardliners who tried to go back to the Stalinist period, and some even wanted to organize like a coup against Todor Zhivkov, the leader of the party of the de-Stalinization period. So it's quite diverse. Yes, there was many anti-systemic groups, like left groups as well, like also like these Stalinists, which were heavily repressed. But they were also they also tried to do a coup d'etat. So it was a kind of on a small level, kind of a more kind of a radical resistance, even though from a strange, let's say, from our perspective, positions. But in terms of intellectuals, like anti-systemic, I don't know if they were anti-systemic, but there was like a really interesting movement from the 70s of people who were writing and reading science fiction, who were like very critical of capitalism and very left-wing. But again, their critique was rather against industrial modernity as a whole, not necessarily against only of liberal forms of capitalism or capitalism in other forms. But they were still, even though outside this movement, even though outside of official, let's say, institutions, this does not mean they were necessarily not influenced by many mainstream ideas, let's say, and sometimes writing sometimes in mainstream journals and so on and so forth. So it's very difficult to find these clear-cut distinctions between system and anti-system, I think. Yeah, that's my answer.
Thank you very much. This is interesting. Una?
Yes, thank you, Christina. Yes, I mean, I would also join to Veronica and Georgi. So exactly this blurriness and ambiguities is very much present in Yugoslavia, also for the reasons that because of this self-management that kind of from the 1950s, and it's there are a lot of spaces in which you can say like they're not directly influenced by the party, by the institutions, and they're all creating their own, like for instance, the artist groups or filmmakers. So even Praxis as a journal is established precisely to be outside of this kind of like academic institutional like structures. So in a sense, I mean, they want to be independent, but then somehow like the people around the journals that are connected with the universities in Belgrade, for instance, or in Zagreb. I mean, these are all very similar networks of people, and they're like, I mean, for me, it's very difficult to exactly put them in these also historiographic terms that Alexei also was talking about, is dogmatic or non-dogmatic, dogmatic and creative, because at some point this appears to be really part of historiography and coming exactly from praxis Marxists or creative Marxists, talking that in Bled conference in 1960 there was this clear split, and then the creative avant-garde Marxists, that is praxis, won. But then once I started reading a bit outside of Marxism, kind of like looking at the dialogues that they had with other people from different journals, it becomes really difficult to exactly like draw these clear lines. So, yeah.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much. And I think, yeah, now we are ending perfectly in time. It's 1:30 and 75 minutes break for lunch. Thank you very much for the whole morning program, for joining the discussion. and we will see each other again at 2:45. Yes, 2:45. Okay, bye.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. Let's follow up on the previous schedule with the last panel. But before we do so, let me introduce to you the editor and publisher Jana Beránkova, who has recently edited and published as publisher a book, Revolutions for the Future, May 68 and the Prague Spring, which is a book some of us contributed to, and I would love to give the floor to Jana for 5 minutes before we start, in order to introduce this marvelous book project.
Hello, everyone. So thanks, Hansa, for introducing me. So we have as recently published this relatively big volume, which, as you see, is rather, we rather invested into the material form of the book itself, because it's about maybe 2 or 3 years ago. So we started this very utopian project of a publishing house, which is called Édition Suture, or in English we call it Suture Press, because I don't know if some of you are familiar with the Lacanian concept of suture and Jacques-Alain Miller. So basically the name of the publishing house itself was a kind of a play on the way how books are stitched, because the idea was to have books which are also not only scholarly books in themselves, but also can work as some sort of a mnemotechnic tool, I would say, as a place of knowledge. So we actually in Suture, we actually pay kind of a lot of attention to the material form of the books themselves. So this one was published in a terracotta cloth. We had fun publishing this Badiou volume in covered in silver fabric as a hardcover material volume, and the first book, which was an art catalog and Swiss binding. And so basically this volume, the idea of this volume started when we organized a conference with a so-called Prague Axiomatic Circle, which is a very informal group of friends, many of them being here at this conference in Prague in I don't know, it was like about 3 years ago, Joe? No, I don't remember. So the conference was called the 60s. It was
2018, the anniversary of 68.
Yeah. So that was on the anniversary of the 68 in the French Institute, and we had Jacques Rancière coming in Prague, and other scholars from Poland. Katarzyna Bielinska joined us, some French philosophers. The idea at the time was to think of the, let's say, philosophical effect of the events of 68, and also so to think philosophy in relation to its historicity, to think philosophy along with historical events, and to ask what would be the, let's say, philosophical or conceptual heritage of the events of the Prague Spring and French May 68. So that was the initial idea. And also at the time, it was a way to sort of bridge, because we have these like 2 parallel groups, one working on the heritage of Czechoslovak Marxism, and the other one being more involved in, let's say, continental philosophy of like French provenience. So the idea was to have these 2 groups together and to somehow collaborate more closely and to bridge this gap. So that was the beginning. Maybe, Joe, can I share my screen? That will be easier than just showing the book like in this way. Here we go, share screen. So these are our books, basically. So this part,
you maybe switched to the wrong part of your screen. Did you mean to have the big picture?
Yeah, I think so. Do you see a book?
No, we see just your files.
Oh my God. I'm so sorry.
No worries, they are just files, pictures of the book. Nothing
Do
else.
you see it right now?
No.
I think you have to select a different one of your windows.
Oh. I don't. I honestly don't know how to do that.
Maybe if you turn off share screen and try again, it will give you the choice.
I cannot even get to Zoom right now. I'll stop share. Okay, I see.
You can look, if you click on the link that I sent, you can also see.
Does it work right now?
Yes, this is
now
good.
We see it. Yeah.
Oh, wonderful. I'm so sorry. I still struggle with Zoom so much. So this is the volume we just published. It has a text of Jacques Rancière on the May 68 in it, and also another paper by Etienne Balibar that would be for the star contribution. Balibar, who himself wrote on the 4 discourses of Lacan. So it's kind of a mix of, let's say, people of contributions working on French philosophy and the heritage of May 68 in France, and you know, our familiar group from Prague working on Czechoslovak Marxism and Marxist thought. So for instance, Honza, whom I see here, contributed by a paper on Egon Bondy and Czechoslovak and Maoist thinking in Czechoslovakia. You know, Ivan Landa, whom contributed on the critiques of, with the article on the critiques of technical scientific revolution, and so on. So this is it. Maybe Honza, can you help me to introduce maybe some of the text in the Czechoslovak section of the book?
Well, that's a tricky question because I need to look at the contents. Yes, you have mentioned my contribution and Ivan's, and then there's Jan Kober's contribution to the history of the debates among lawyers within the 1960s, and then Petr Kužel's contribution to the debates on workers' councils in Czechoslovakia during 1968, and of course Katarzyna Bialińska's contribution on the Polish Polish development, and Joe's essay devoted to the comparison of the revolutionary notion of the 68 and how it actually reappeared, or how it didn't appear during the revolution of 1989. Okay, Anna, thanks a lot for this.
Yeah.
If you have any questions, maybe we can then debate the book with the other with other questions, or is it Alexei?
Yes, because I just want to ask occasional question about other book, because I saw the cover of Badiou book called with beautiful title, Sometimes We Are Eternal. Beautiful title. And I was curious about this book because I saw it somewhere, and it's not, it's impossible to download it or buy even. Does it correspond to any French book of Badiou, or it's a kind of your collaboration with him?
Yeah, no, actually, so I collaborate with Badiou on a relatively regular basis. We organized multiple conferences in Prague. And so this one, to be more precise, was a workshop I organized at Columbia University a few years ago, in which we sort of tried to introduce his thinking into the US by focusing on his ontology and sort of going through the being an event, logics of worlds, and the immanence of truth. Because the problem, especially in the American reception of Badiou, is usually that since when he comes, he goes there always just going to those cultural studies departments, basically talking some politics and literature, but not really getting into the, let's say, the theoretical apparatus of his ontology. So this was initially a workshop which we organized, but then obviously as a book, because we're really like into this project of like slow publishing. I think in the first part you sort of spoke, someone spoke about how nowadays the scholars, we don't have this luxury of, time of interacting with each other. So this publishing house, which is sort of utopian project also, is a non-profit. So we, for now, like we do like 1 or 2 books per year. For instance, this year, we plan to have a book by Mamadou Diouf, who's the director of African department at Columbia University, on African socialist, Marxist, Maoist, and whatever leftist thinking. So that's the project we're working on right now. And another big monography of actually my husband's paintings, which is sort of more personal side project. And so this one, we reworked the content. And I also, Nick Nesbitt, who's a colleague of us from Princeton University, wrote a preface for this volume. There's a contribution by Kenneth Reinhardt, who's at UCLA. And I wrote a paper on Spinoza and Spinoza's notions in the immanence of truth. As for how to get the book, I'll share a link for our eShop, which is a very improvised eShop, but you can actually order the book, all our books over there. Obviously, for now, as a small press, we still a little bit like struggle with the distribution, and hopefully it's getting better and better, and we're trying to set things up. So please, even if you want to order our books to your libraries, it can be really helpful. But hopefully it will get better, because we sort of started with Amazon and platforms like these, but then we realized that, if we just do Amazon, then we'll soon go to bankruptcy, because they're just so unfriendly to small publishers. So now we have our eShop, which ships worldwide, but through slow postal service. And we're working on that to set things up with my colleague Monica, actually, whom I saw somewhere here in the public. So I will share the link, and you can check all the production of our press over there.
Okay, thank you very much, and thanks for coming, Jana. It was a good opportunity how to digest after lunch with these 2 marvelous books. Let us continue with our schedule now, and we have Ilya Budraiskis here now, who comes from Moscow, the Moscow School for Social and Economic Sciences. Ilya, as you might know, published in 2016, Ilya, or 17? 17, the book entitled Dissidenty sredi dissidentov, dissidents among dissidents, and that's one of the reasons Ilya is here with us today. Ilya, the floor is yours, please.
Thank you so much for the invitation, and it's really great that I have a possibility to speak after a series of really great interventions, most of which target the main question of, if you want, the ideological discursive struggles around the legacy of the dissent in the Soviet Union and Eastern Europe. Because in fact, the very term dissent or dissident in the framework of the Soviet Union was invented by the mostly Western media in the late 60s and early 70s. And from the beginning, it was clear that there was a certain ideological concept behind this term. So the concept which was related directly to the totalitarian concept, which was related to the idea that basically you have a silent society frightened by the dominating propaganda. You have a consistent and repressive state apparatus, and you have some kind of minority, of the tiny minority of people who confront to this state and to this absent society with some kind of moral stance, with the moral position. So that is the idea behind the very term dissident, which actually propose some concept of history of the dissent or the protest underground groups who were critical from the different positions to the current Soviet regime, and that chronology started from the late 60s. So according to this point of view, the dissident movement nearly is identical to the human rights movement, to the appearance of such a minority with the exact program, exact moral idea, dominance of the moral on the political, and with some certain tactic and strategy. So in this framework, the previous history, the history of the, let's say, dissent or critical groups in 50s or 60s was presented as a kind of prehistory in some even Hegelian sense. So the very idea of the dissent come through only, let's say, after the 68. And in this situation, I think that the question that should be raised is what exactly we can call the left dissent, what kind of alternative chronology we can propose to in this debate around the dissident legacy, and what is the place of the let's say socialist ideas in this legacy. So if we take the approach of the dominant liberal approach, the left or the socialists, they existed among the dissident community in the late 60s and 70s as the marginal minority, as some people who, well, present their ideas, but these ideas were not influent, were not dominate, and were suspicious in the meaning that they present some kind of compromises with the dominating Soviet ideology, or they present some kind of backwardness. So using the language and the way of analysis, which was not relevant to the Soviet reality. So exactly in 70s, the socialists were the minority in the let's say dissident community, and the community organized around the circulation of samizdat, and the name of my book, The Dissident Among Dissident, was taken by the left dissident who, Mikhail Molostov, by the way, he was a philosopher, who used this notion to explain the actual position of the left, of the socialists in the dissident community and in 70s and early 80s. So my idea is that what is defined by the liberal historiography as the start of the dissident movement was in fact the beginning of the right or conservative turn among those more or less broad audience of Soviet intelligentsia who were in some sense critical to the current order of things. So if we and I think that this conservative turn or right turn that was related but not in a direct way with the idea of the moral stance, with the non-political human rights and so on, somehow could be controlled, put into context with the conservative turn in the West, which started exactly in 70s with, for example, the reaction of the defeat of the 68 movements in Western Europe and US, with the publication of Solzhenitsyn's Archipelago in France and other Western European countries, and the start of this attack among the different types of the post-68 left under the banner of the initial truth coming from the Soviet moral type of dissent. And also, of course, it related with the general notion of the conservative turn or right turn related to the neoliberalism, neoconservatism, and so on and so forth. So if we look to the more broad history of the let's say protest groups or the critical movements in the Soviet Union, we'll see that most of them, the dominant language of these groups and these individuals, the dominant ideas were Marxist and socialist just before the 68. So basically, in my book, I started this history of the left dissent from even the early 50s or even late 40s, where there are some new underground youth Marxist groups were established. Of course, in this in the situation after the 20 Congress of the Communist Party, Khrushchev's secret report, the idea of the self-reform of the Soviet Union, the idea of the further democratization and radicalization of the anti-Stalinist critics of the official party leadership was a kind of dominant, as a kind of common sense for the more or less broad educated audience in the Soviet Union. So you can define, let's say, two strategies or two lines among those, let's say, socialist dissidents or socialist critics of the current course in the post-20 Congress situation. So the first one was the different types of the underground groups, which presented itself as the organizations which took the different names, like the Union of Communards, like the Union for the Rebirth of the Leninist Ideas, and so on and so forth, and which at one side use the very harsh, very critical type of analysis among the current Soviet society. Most of them use the term state capitalism, mostly taken from Lenin writings, and especially State and Revolution. And also, of course, they refer to different types of those Marxist literature that was available in that moment. For example, in the late 50s, there was a big influence of so-called Polish revisionism among these groups. All these people like Medzalevsky and so on, they became well known, especially in this time after the so-called Polish October in '56. And it's interesting that the concept of the Yugoslavian self-management was also quite popular, much more popular as any alternatives or voices from the Western democracies. So the Western democracy, the Western liberalism simply was not relevant, was not in focus, was not a point of debate, way of alternative that was discussed among these groups. And the way how they realize their role, their activity was the way of the, let's say, classic Marxist party type propaganda groups, with the distributing of leaflets, with the publishing in samizdat some kind of programmatic essays and documents and so on. So the second strategy was the strategy which is more close to what was previously discussed during the conference, and which could be characterized as the movement towards the through the institutions, the movement for the self-reform of the party bureaucracy. I will read a brief quote from Roy Medvedev, one of the main representatives of this current and 60s, who call this movement for the self-reform a democratic current in the party, or the party democratic current. So he wrote that the party Democrats are at present almost completely underrepresented in the highest organ of our party. However, it is likely that even on that level that there are some who in different circumstances and in another environment would be an important source of support. There are a good many sympathizers among officials of the party and state apparatus at all levels, particularly those relatively young young ones who came into the apparatus after the 20th and 22nd Congress of the party. At present, the party Democrats can also count on considerable support from the scholarly community, philosophers, sociologists, historians, etc., as well as from a section of the scientific and technical intelligentsia, some writers and other people engaged in cultural activities. There are also certain groups belonging to this trend among the old Bolsheviks, particularly those who returned from prison and exile after the Stalin years. And by the way, in that time, in some mid-60s, Medvedev, who personally was educated as a philosopher, but then was mostly active as a historian, he had a very good relations with some people from the generation of the Soviet philosophers, whom was mentioned, which was mentioned in Alexei's contribution, and also with some people who were really involved in the party apparatus. So, for example, he distribute his Samizdat bulletin with his analysis of the current events in Soviet Union and globally among the people who had a position like chiefs of the Central Committee departments responsible for analytical activities, international relations, and so on. So another very interesting example, which is a kind of which occupies a special place in this different strategies of the socialist dissidents, was the very well-known dissident Pyotr Grigorenko, who started as the just very high rank military person. So he was a general and so on. So firstly, he publicly made anti-Khrushchevist speech in the party meeting in the way that Khrushchev is building his own new cult of personality, that there is a right wing and bureaucratized tendencies in the party, and even in his own memoirs, Grigorenko pointed out that in that period, his opposition stance was more in the sense of hardline type of criticism. So he even had more sympathy to Stalinism than to Khrushchev and his group. Then Grigorenko, after he was expelled from the party and punished for this performance, he established the underground organization. He revised his views, and this underground organization was called the Union for the Rebels of the Lenin's Ideas. This group was a kind of classic Marxist underground propaganda group, which mostly was trying to establish the contacts in the factories. So they tried to distribute their leaflets among the workers in Moscow and a few other Soviet cities. Then, after Grigorenko was arrested the second time, after he was released, he refused of the Marxist or Leninist paradigm. He refused of the some proto-party form of strategy, and actually he became one of the founders of the human rights movement in the USSR in the late 60s. So in his memoirs, he explained this term in such way. And what organizational forms should one attach to this movement? I long considered this and firmly decided that there should be none. I was sick to my back teeth with the party. One should simply fight against that which one does not want. Such unity could develop spontaneously in a totalitarian society. Take hold of the majority in the society, create different social relations than the current ones. So here you see even a mixture in between some idea of transformation of society in some possible socialist way, and the idea of the individual struggle for the human rights. This evolution was very typical in the sense that many people who were involved in the Marxist underground groups in the early 60s, after they were imprisoned, after their experience in the camp, they moved more or less to the same position as Grigorenko. So they became more or less depoliticized kind of moral human rights activists. So what was behind this human rights movement? That was the idea that any kind of debates around the big projects of the social transformation of the Soviet society were totally useless, and we should focus on the what was possible. So it was a kind of pragmatic turn in a very strange sense. In the same time, behind this moral idea was the some certain picture of the Soviet reality, where the society, the political system was perceived as something more or less consistent, which had no serious internal contradictions and internal conflicts. So that's why, from this human rights perspective, any kind of deep social analysis was totally useless and unpractical, because the whole society, the whole party were a kind of consistent, repressive, silent, and so on. They present a kind of unique subject to whom this few human rights defenders should address. So then, in the so then in the middle of 70s, in the situation where this moral human rights ideology became more or less dominant, Solzhenitsyn and the real kind of programmatic conservatives came with the certain political perspective, certain political vision of society, which was first was deeply programmatically anti-communist, which was something totally new for this dissident circles. And secondly, they promote kind of Manichaean picture of reality, where there is just a conflict, initial conflict, a historical conflict between the truth and lies. So the reality is something that is totally false, and the truth exists as just some sort of the inner light that should be expressed to the others. So this inner light, according to Solzhenitsyn, was related to the genuine lost Russia, to the true nature of the country, which was broken by the revolution and replaced by some kind of one-dimensional individuum, artificially constructed Homo Sovieticus, as Alexei already mentioned. And in fact, it was the typical type of conservative utopia, according to very well-known notion of Karl Marx. In fact, this language, this way of analysis somehow occupy the imagination of the many participants of this human rights movement, or in one way or another, simply because it firstly corresponds to their already presented understanding of the situation, correspond to their strategy of the individual moral fight, and secondly, it corresponds with the some need for radicalization of the moral position, because any kind of socialist or Marxist language was perceived as the language of compromises. And that was, for example, one of the reasons for the deep antipathy from the dissidents, from many dissidents toward the Marxist philosophers who were mentioned in the Alexei contribution. I have no time to read some special quote from Solzhenitsyn devoted to Mikhail Lifshitz, because it's very interesting and it's very good illustration to what I'm saying. So why I think it's not just a point of some historical interest, and why I think this discursive struggle for the legacy of the dissent, and especially socialist dissent, is actual, because this kind of Manichaean view with a very deep conservative background is still exist as a very important element of the dominant ideology in most of our countries. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Ilya, for this thoughtful insight into Russian intellectual history. Let's say, as far as I could see, Milivoy with Gazela are with us already. So let me introduce Milivoy Beshlin and Gazela Pudar-Draško, who both come from the Institute for Philosophy and Social Theory in Belgrade. Milivoy deals mostly with nationalism and modernization in the state socialist Yugoslavia, and Gazela is mostly devoted to social movements, gender structured topics, and intellectual interventions. Her latest book project was entitled O čem govorimo kad govorimo o intelektuálcu, ideje I iluzí. What do we talk when do we talk on intellectuals, ideas, and illusions? And their contribution is entitled Leftist, Orthodoxy in a praxis way. Milivoje and Gazela, the floor is yours. Thanks.
Thanks a lot, Jan. It is a pleasure to be here with you today. I was listening very carefully in the morning session, and unfortunately I was not able to listen to this in the midday, but I had my colleague to listen and let me know at least what was spoken about. Especially Una's presentation was really interesting to me, and I'm really sorry that I wasn't there because it's a way connected to what I'm going to speak about. But fortunately, I think that my presentation, or something which Milivoje mostly prepares and I'm going to present, is going further in time compared to what Una was speaking about. So I think it's very nice line there. So basically, we explored the heritage of our founding fathers, let's say like that, because we are both coming from the institute where Mihailo Marković, Miladin Životić, two persons, two intellectuals whom we decided to present a little bit more today, were employed after expelling from university, from Faculty of Philosophy in 1974. So I'm going to give a brief introduction into their work, especially focusing on the period from 68 onwards, and then conclude with a few remarks on how they ended on the opposite side of ideological spectrum in 19th, basically. So basically, the main actors of global leftist revolutionary trend in the theory and empire also on the left in Yugoslavia were the representatives of the Praxis magazine and Cultural Summer School. They were both central institutions, but also the centers of leftist opposition, if we can call it leftist opposition. This is definitely something which is a topic today, or the leftist critique of Yugoslav self-governing socialism, maybe that is a better expression. Despite that, both the magazine and schools were created and maintained primarily thanks to the state funds. So they were supported by the state and they were never officially banned. Formally, budget allocations were reduced and there was a pressure which was put on the printing house, and that's why how they basically stopped with issuance of this magazine, a journal. The specificity and complexity of the Yugoslav system was that the state, although it constantly financed these intellectual centers of the new left in Yugoslavia, at the same time suffered a fierce criticism, but also was responding to them, sometimes leading harsh campaigns in pro-government media against Praxis representatives and the Korčula Summer School representatives. However, Korčula Summer School, together with Praxis, which was founded in 1963, basically very quickly gained the world fame and gave to Yugoslav society the epithet of the leader of the free philosophical thought, which was also important and exploited by the state in a way. And it became a meeting place for philosophers and social scientists from all over the world. Basically, it was a place of meeting East and West, as they wanted to be named as. One of the most important results of the mentioned creative cooperation was the journal Praxis, which was issued from 64 to 74, so 10 years. With the growing influence of the Praxis school and prestige of the Korčula school and prestige of Praxis in a global context, most of its founders, although they grew up as organic intellectuals from the partisan movements and members of Communist Party, they distanced themselves from the monopolistic party. At the same time, the phenomenon of Korčula was a paradigm of Yugoslav third way, but also the internal contradiction of society in Yugoslavia. We wanted to present a little bit more on the work of two intellectuals, just because they were really on the opposite sides years later. And we were seeking in a way to find out whether this ending up in opposite sides had its roots already in this socialist period, especially in this period when praxis was the liveliest at the time. So I will just give a brief overview who was Mihail Marković, although I'm sure that you all know, but just for the sake of this paper, I think it's important to mention that he was probably the most renowned representative of the praxis school in the world globally. He earned his second PhD in London, so he had a lot of international experience and was very reputable figure in global philosophical community. And also he was a member of various societies, and finally in Serbia he was also a member of Serbian Academy of Sciences and Art, where he became a member very early. So in '63 he was already associated member, and in '83, so 20 years later, he became a full member. Marković was president of Yugoslav Association for Philosophy, one of the founders of the Cultural Summer School and Praxis Group. Basically, he was member of editorial board of Praxis Journal, but also he was editor-in-chief and the founder of the Praxis International, which was initiated in 1980, and I will tell a little bit later why this is important. He was lecturing in many universities, especially in the United States, and he was basically contributing to philosophy here in Serbia and Yugoslavia through philosophy and science and epistemology, connecting them with Marxist humanists and early Marx in a way. On the other side, we had Miladin Životić, who was maybe one of the younger members of the Praxis group, although it's only 6 years difference between two of them, who defended his PhD thesis on American pragmatism in '62. So he was very much familiar with contemporary philosophical thought, and he was basically teaching the contemporary philosophy and faculty of philosophy. He was also one of the instigators of the student protests in June '68, together with Mihail Marković and other professors who were later expelled from the faculty. And he was also one of the initiators of the so-called Free University, which was organized as a series of lectures and debates in private apartments, some of which were held in his own apartment from '76 to '84, so in time when there was the strongest repression, basically, in this socialist period. Životić dedicated himself to keeping Serbian philosophy up to date with global trends. He was promoting studies of pragmatism and existentialism in Yugoslavia. He was introducing his students to French post-structuralism, and he was also fond of the work of the second generation Frankfurt School. And he was also the founder of the School for Philosophy and Literature in Kruševac, which he left 6 years later, exactly because of the protest for its embrace of nationalism at this school. So basically, there were some early disputes over the over the path which members of the praxis were heading to. The center of their inspiration is young Marx, and I will not elaborate more on this. I think this is quite widely familiar. Basically, Praxis Group wanted to come back to original principles of communism, of relentless critique of everything that exists. And basically, they pursued the critical discussion of Yugoslav socialism from the left. They present themselves as arbiters of revolutionary and orthodoxy of the Yugoslav socialist order, not offering an alternative, but offering original and authentic interpretations. So basically, it was a kind of true socialism which they were offering through their work. Phenomena such as growing wealth accumulation, corruption, economic crime, business closures, unemployment, going abroad to work are becoming the focus of increasingly intense left criticism of Yugoslav self-government socialism. They see economic reform as the cause of all negative tendencies in society, especially because it failed to reduce enlarging the bureaucratic apparatus. However, the most problematic aspect of economic reform, according to them, was leaving economic development exclusively to market logic, because in the end, result could only be the collapse of socialism and establishment of classical model liberal capitalist society. In order to avoid this worst case scenario, instead of market orientation of economy, the Praxis group proposed a return to planning mechanism, with the difference that this time it would not be about state planning, but about social planning, which in kind they meant on self-regulation or self-planning of productive forces. Competitiveness promoted by economic reform created a market of a jungle in which everything was considered allowed in the struggle for survival. And as particularly negative segment of the reform, Markovic assessed the opening of Yugoslav borders for the imports of all kinds of consumer goods from the West. That is exactly why, referring to the effects of '68 rebellion, Mihailo Markovic proudly said, I quote, "We have destroyed the reform as well." His position was clear. Freedom could be reconciled with the planning system in economy and centralism in the state. In addition to above, Mihailo Markovic also cites dismantling the federation as the worst part of the reform policy. And this is where he basically enters into the policy of nationalism. He saw as the greatest danger that the republics were turning into sovereign nation state with the manic noise of national drums, which was an allusion to the events happening in Croatia. In a similar way, he was not only one claiming this. Ljubomir Tadic strongly, another Praxis group member, strongly opposed further reform of federation and decentralization, calling Yugoslav federalism with reference to Engels inappropriate and budžakli reform, budžaklijska reforma. And in midst of all this, basically, Mihailo Markovic was in Paris when a student demonstration broke out in '68. Basically, he was following very closely what was happening in Paris, but he also came back to Belgrade 1 month later, and he witnessed what was outburst of student demonstration also here in Belgrade. And basically, there was almost no philosopher around Praxis who did not take a very active part in the student revolt, not only him, but all of them. And there was almost no student demand that was not in the line with the principles of Praxis philosophy. So they basically, their social influence was very high at the time. The influence of the professor on the student uprising is also mentioned in document. This is something very interesting, and it comes from the field archive research of Milivoj, my colleague. There is a document of State Intelligence Service Udba back then from June 7th in '68, where Mihailo Markovic had a conversation with the intelligence officer in the midst of student demonstration, basically. And he claimed there that there are two currents at the faculty among the professors. The first, which is more conciliatory, which is for the normalization of the situation, with the constant attention and readiness to go to the barricades if the agreement which could be achieved is not respected. But the chance should be given to the Communist Party to check what they could do basically in peace with all these requirements which were posed from the student movement. The other current, as he claims, is a radical current, and it intends to go to the end with the full obstruction, even if it lasts all summer. Markovic says that he belongs to the first current, and Dragoljub Mićunović and Ljubomir Tadic to the second one, and he assessed that he could transfer somehow Ljuba Tadic to his side, but the problem is Dragoljub Mićunović, who is holding the student, controlling the student, basically. Mihailo Markovic, as well as some other representatives of the Belgrade region of Praxis, such as Ljubomir Tadic, which is frequently mentioned, surprisingly praised the use of the force against demonstration in Kosovo in the same year, while at the same time they vehemently accused the government of using much weaker means of repression against their own students in the same year. So there was some kind of double standard, which was obviously based on the ethnic standards. The most influential representative of the Belgrade part of the Praxis, Mihailo Markovic, gave to '68 movement national dimension in addition to social. He called it national dimension. He believed that Dobrica Ćosić was the first one to understand the unresolved Serbian national issue in Yugoslavia, while others, under the influence of welfare, which was coming from cooperation, undoubtedly rapid development and great success of our state, was ignored, or it wasn't understood. It was not understood the need to open this issue in the discussion. However, Marković himself believed the dismissal of Aleksandar Ranković in 60s, the 8th Congress of the Socialist Communist Party, Tito's declaration, declaring himself as a Croat, and demonstration in Kosovo in 68, they all led to understanding in the public about the threat to Serbia. He believed that the central institution that worked on awakening of dead consciousness of the Serbian people was the Serbian Literary Association, where he became a part of close leadership in 69. So very early, basically immediately after the student demonstration, in the same time where Dobrica Ćosić became a head of this association. With this, the representatives of the left and right opposition to the Communist Party, the radical left on one side, as we could maybe call them, and the nationalists on the other side, they symbolically formed the united front in resistance to the regime through the two most influential representatives in Serbia. So basically, Dobrica Ćosić and Mihailo Marković became very close to each other in these late 60s, and they remained close to each other until the end. A new coalition of Praxis members and nationalists was apparent in the multi-day gathering in Belgrade, which was held in late November, early December in 69. It was organized by the Philosophical Society of Serbia, and it was named Socialist and Culture. And for the first time, representatives of two opposing groups met in one place, and they didn't basically have any serious ideological differences or mutual polemics. On one side, it was Belgrade Praxis Wing, 68 philosophers, and on the other side, we had nationalists gathered around the Serbian Literary Association. Although it should be emphasized, and this is the root basically of the path which we are following further, that not all Belgrade representatives of the group gathered around Praxis accepted cooperation and a coalition with the nationalists. Some of them, and those were Andrija Krešić, Nebojša Popov, and Miladin Životić primarily, they opposed such a connection or orientation. Soon after, in February 72, so 3 years later, at the meeting named Nationalism and Fundamental Human Rights, Mihailo Marković said that Serbia in Yugoslavia, especially with modernization of economy and economic reform, was exploited, and that Serbian people were torn apart. This is very familiar for many of you if you're familiar with the Memorandum of Sanu. Basically, it started a decade earlier with this interpretation. So basically, Marković interpreted the interest of the national question in Yugoslavia as an expression of personal and intellectual freedom, because by losing interest in the national problem, we would limit our own freedom. Expressing a rather sharp critique of Croatian nationalism, Marković said that the nation is seen in this conception as a unique and harmonious entity, that the individuals try to identify themselves as fully as possible with the leaders of the national movement, and that awareness of the right to the freedom of their nation is accompanied by a tendency to dominate other nations, especially aiming at the endangerment of Serbs in Croatia. According to him, the tendency of domination received the tacit support of the Yugoslav leadership. He condemned the government's aspiration for a more egalitarian distribution of social goods across the republics, advocating the abolition of the government at all and the capital also. He openly expressed concern for Serbs outside of Serbia, which was the central point of the nationalist program at that period, and as well as decades later. Although the protests, which were held in 68, ended after the government gave support to the students, the professor from the Faculty of Philosophy, who were member of the Praxis group, were later designated as guilty, and by decision of Parliament Social Republic of Yugoslavia of Serbia, 8 professors were placed at disposal to the state, to the Secretary of Education. Basically, they were suspended from the Faculty of Philosophy in Belgrade, And those were Mihailo Marković, Ljubomir Tadić, Zakurga Golubović, Svetozar Stojanović, Miladen Životić, Dragoljub Mićunović, Nebojša Popov, and Trivo Indžić. And in 81, under the pressure of international and domestic public, and in particular of the International Labour Organization, the suspended praxis philosophers were re-employed at university, but this time at the Center for Philosophy and Social Theory, which was newly founded especially for that purpose as autonomous labor organization within the Institute of Social Sciences, later to become Institute for Philosophy and Social Theory. In the same time, in same year, it was created, journal Praxis International was created with the initiative, by the initiative of Mihailo Marković, and basically against the will of the most of the founders of original Praxis journal, which was also Yugoslav, published by Croatian Philosophical Society. Miladen Životić and Andrija Krešić was the only one from Belgrade to support the decision to create this journal, and almost all founders of Praxis from Zagreb, except Rudi Supek, also opposed, and they basically issued a statement where they say that this journal is bringing a platform that is significantly different from the former. And even one of them, Andrija Krešić, believed that the new journal was not a philosophical journal, but distinctly political newspaper. Indicative of the analysis of Serbian intellectual elite remains the fact that one of the most ardent conspirators of '68 student uprising in Paris and a month later in Belgrade, Mihailo Marković, who vehemently condemned police brutality in both France and Yugoslavia, took a completely opposite stance little over 2 decades later. With his statement, Marković encouraged police repression against students who demanded freedom of the media and democratization of society in Belgrade during 1991 and 92 protests. As a result of excessive use of force by police back then, in the center of Belgrade, the 17-year-old student was killed in 1991. He strongly embraced Slobodan Milošević and his politics. He was the vice president and the leading ideologue of Milošević's Socialist Party of Serbia. He will be infamously remembered for his insistence on resolving the Serbian territorial question. From the outset of Yugoslav wars in the 90s, he advocated unification of all Serbs and human displacement of population. Due to his firm beliefs regarding the wartime politics, he was gradually marginalized even in his own party and political life, and finally, during the Dayton peace negotiation in 1995, excluded from the Socialist Party because he was opposed to it. So basically, that is how he ended his political career. On the other side, from the very beginning of the wars in 1990s, Miladen Životić was one of the fiercest critics of nationalism and war politics, becoming an emblematic figure of anti-war movement and taking up the position of president of the Civic Action for Peace. He was one of the founders and the president of the Belgrade Circle, which gathered independent intellectuals who were critical of the Milošević regime. Adamantly criticizing the methods and goals of Belgrade war politics, he morally and politically supported war victims, especially those in Sarajevo, Mostar, and Tuzla, and other towns in Bosnia and Herzegovina. Believing the possibility of the post-Yugoslav cooperation depended on the way Sarajevo was treated under siege, he visited the besieged town twice, in 1994 and 1995. He was even very severely ill at that time. The government-controlled press in Belgrade frequently stigmatized him. During his final years, he dedicated himself to studying the political notion of other and establishing a vision of different Serbia. Basically, he died very soon after the war has ended, 3 days before he received the honorary award Conquering Liberty in Tuzla. There is a quote of him basically when he said, "We did not lack such intellectuals who wanted to project, model, and design the future. That is the great flaw of our spiritual reality." He built the right to rebellion in the spirit of true praxis philosophy from the belief in universal human emancipation, which can in no way be transformed into small, local, and national emancipation. In this spiritual transformation, he saw the provincial pretentiousness of those philosophers who proclaim themselves as authors of the truths about the nation, time, and history of their people. At the center of his engagement was obviously Bosnia and Herzegovina, in which the war was fought not only to conquer territory, as he claimed, but with the aim of destroying the possibility of living together. And with that in mind, he will say that if living together is not possible, then life itself is not possible. To the current political structure, basically protagonists or epigons of the former war leaders, the name of Miladin Životić and the narrative anti-war movement are quite unpleasant reminder of the fact that the war policy and nationalist ideology had an alternative in Serbia. It was fragile, but still active. Basically, I presented here the two opposed sides, but between them, there was a lot of other all these names which I read as members of the Praxis movement. They were in a way founders of the institute. They were in a way involved in the political life of Serbia. Many of them were founders of the political parties. Ljubomir Tadić, for example, and Dragoljub Mićunović, they became founders of Democratic Party. Nebojša Popov was active very much as a leftist even after during the war and later. Zagorka Golubović also. So some of them were close to Civic Građanski Savez Serbia, Civic Union of Serbia. So basically they were all very much engaged, which was not the case with Croatian wing of the Praxis in that way. So why that is the case, that is something which Milivoje and I are exploring very much, but obviously the Praxis wing or Belgrade Praxis wing was not only ideologically torn apart among themselves, but also they were very much politically engaged. And I would like to finish with that one. I hope I managed to stay into the time.
Thanks a lot, more or less, yes. Yes, it was a nice continuation of the debate that started Una, actually. Okay, our last speaker of this panel and of the whole workshop is Michal Schermiński from the Institute of Philosophy at the Warsaw University. In 2016, Michal published the book Dekada Přelomu, which is devoted to Polish left opposition in the era of 1968 and 1988. Michal is a philosopher and mathematician. Michal, if you are with us, the floor is yours.
Yeah, okay, thank you very much. First of all, I would like to ask you, do you hear me well? Yeah, okay. So I don't need an extra microphone. Now it's okay. Okay, and you see me. Okay, thank you for this nice presentation. In fact, this year, or not this year, but the previous one, I mean 2020, the second book of mine was released. This is the cover. And today I would like to tell you a little bit more about some aspects of my discourse. I'm working on the Polish intellectual opposition to communism for 6 or 7 years, and I will start from a quotation. Okay, so there is a guy whose name is Roman Laba. This is a historian of a guy who works in political science of Ukrainian origins, and in 1991 he wrote a book devoted to the roots of solidarity. In this book he wrote the following thing. I quote: "The opinion among the specialists is that solidarity occurred because of the leadership, the actions, and the theories of the intellectual opposition, and that consequently it is the intellectual opposition who are the main agents of the solidarity revolution. The consensus that intellectual elites fashioned the solidarity movement is broad." This is the end of the quotation. In my opinion, little has changed since that time. Also today, the vast majority of the researchers that scrutinize the origins of the Polish Revolution from 1980, 1981. Of course, I mean the revolution of Solidarność. So all the researchers take for granted, of course, more or less consciously, the thesis presented by Laba, the thesis that I quoted. For these researchers, it was primarily the political propaganda and organizational activity of the intellectuals that paved the way to the founding of Solidarność. In their view, the idea of the working class self-organization was initially invented by the representatives of the oppositional intelligentsia, then discussed during their meetings and in the samizdat literature, and finally, this idea penetrated the workers' universe and materialized as the first and unique mass-independent trade union in the Soviet bloc. In this narrative, the political idea seems to lie in the very center of the historical process, being its fundamental motor. My main aim for today is to show sort of inadequateness of such theoretical position. I will argue, and I did it in my last book, and in fact, this is my attitude, methodological attitude toward very beginning of my studying on the opposition, that the only possible way to understand the discourse of the oppositional intelligentsia is analyzing it against the background of the material development of the working class, of the movement of the working class. So I will argue today that the Great Revolt on the Baltic coast in December 1970 was a turning point in the history of the Polish proletariat. So I'm talking about the event which took place or had taken place 10 years before the revolution of Solidarność. I think this event is very important to understand the sort of class consciousness that were formed, the class consciousness of the Polish workers. The workers' achievements of that time, the workers' achievements from the 1970, almost totally ignored in the historiography in Poland and abroad, in my opinion, spectacularly demonstrated that the working class was able to autonomously develop its political consciousness and methods of struggle. The oppositional intelligentsia, the dissidents, were totally absent during the revolt, during the revolt in 1970. Let's remind that the famous Workers' Defense Committee was founded only in 1976, so 6 years later. And this event, which took place in December 1970, in my view, spelled the course of events that led to the birth of Solidarność. The proletarian revolts of 1970 and 1980 were, this is my statement, two links of the same chain of events. Okay, so what the breakthrough of 1970 consists in? To say something more general, okay, so in the last month of 1970, in December, the authorities of the Polish People's Republic suddenly announced a substantial increase in price of basic foodstuff. This decision sparked a huge wave of proletarian protests in the northern Baltic coastal cities, like Gdańsk, Gdynia, Elbląg, and particularly Szczecin. The workers demonstrated on the streets, set a fire to the regime's building, fought with the Polish People's Army and the citizens' militia. As you probably know, at least 44 people were killed and more than 1,000 wounded. And the workers forced Władysław Gomułka, the first secretary of the Polish Workers' Party, to hand over the power. Months later, in January 1971, when the proletarian mass strikes were detonated again, Edward Gierek, new leader of Communist Party, in an unprecedented gesture came to the Baltic coast to meet and negotiate with the workers. next month, being compelled by another great strike of about 55,000 women workers of textile industry in Łódź, he eventually, Gierek, eventually revoked the price increase decreed by his predecessor. The situation on the Vistula River seemed to return to normal. Not exactly, and this is very important, because the events from the turn of 1970 and 1971 meant something more than the massacres on the streets, the political castling on the top of the party hierarchy, or the negotiation between Gierek and the worker delegates. In my view, it was also a genuine breakthrough with regard to the workers' political consciousness and method of struggles. Here I would like to enumerate 3 elements which are, for me, the most important when it comes to these events. Please pay a particular attention to the following elements. First, the sit-down strikes, which reoccurred during these events. Second, inter-factory strike committees. And the third, demand for the right to create the independent trade unions. Okay, so let me shortly present you these 3 elements. So first, sit-down strikes. In the post-war Poland, this method of struggle almost entirely disappeared. Symptomatically, the best-known industrial conflict in Poland before December 1970, of course, the conflict which broke out in Poznań in 1956, this conflict did not employ the sit-down as a weapon. When the occupational strikes reappeared suddenly in 1970 during the revolt on the Baltic coast, the workers saw it as something completely new, and this is important. Unlike the revolts in August 1980, the revolts which constituted the origin of Solidarność, the events of December 1970 did not start from declaring sit-down strikes. A gradual but rapid evolution ensued. What I mean? First, the workers put down their tools and gathered and demonstrated in front of the management buildings in the premises of their companies. This was the first step. But after that, their protest escalated. The workers spontaneously started marching in the streets and burning the party buildings. But finally, they coming back to their factories and proclaimed the occupational strikes. For me, that was a very significant step. The main result of the street struggles of the previous period were died and wounded. Now the walls of the factories could let the workers avoid further violence of the army and the police, as well as the provocations of the security service. Staying together in the close group raised morale, helped to maintain discipline, organize in a democratic manner, and articulate common demands. At the beginning of 1971, the working class discovered that the premises of their companies were the best place to negotiate with the most important representatives of the bureaucracy. There, the workers, in the workplace, the workers might perform as a natural host of the factory, and what is more, their massive presence put a strong pressure on their opponents. So this is a real breakthrough, this method of struggle. And the second element. So the second element is inter-factory strike committee. One could easily point the epicenter of the earthquake that took place in the Baltic coast in 1970-1971. Without any doubts, it was Szczecin. In this city, on the one hand, the street fighting were much more heavy than the struggles in Gdańsk, Gdynia and Elbląg, and on the other hand, the workers' protest, as soon as it moved from the streets to the factories, took the most major and spectacular form. In Szczecin, on 18th December 1970, broke out the authentic general strike that soon involved at least 120 workplaces. Shortly after this eruption of the strike, the delegates from striking factories met in the Warski shipyard. This shipyard was the biggest one in Szczecin, and the workers form an inter-factory strike committee. They call this institution, or this organization, if you like, they call it Citywide Strike Committee. For a few days, and this is absolutely shocking for the people to whom I'm talking about this, because for a few days, this organization, this Citywide Strike Committee, coordinated, or not only coordinated, the struggle of the working class, but believe me, exercised power in the city. This Citywide Strike Committee in 1970 chose the factories that could continue production despite the general strike. It also decided about the functioning of the municipal services, about the energy, about the waterworks, commercial network, public transport, etc. It really exercised the power in the city. Being in the Baltic coast in these revolutionary days, Jan Szydlak, in that epoch, member of the highest political authorities, told about Republic of Szczecin. On 20th of December, during the meeting of Politburo of the Polish United Workers' Party, the same Szydlak declared, I quote, "In Szczecin, the whole life of the city is governed by the strike committee," end of the quotation. The most radical political issue put forward by the working class during the events of 1970-71 was the demand for free trade unions. It turns out, it is kind of surprise that in the above mentioned period, I mean in 1970-1971, this postulate appeared even more frequently than in August 1980. Contrary to what is often thought, already in 1970-1971, most of the workers did not want to simply reform the existing organizations, but insistently demanded new free trade unions, independent of party, government, and enterprise management. The first 2 points in the list of 21 postulates of the Citywide Strike Committee in Szczecin, still in 1970, were, the first point was, we demand stepping down the Central Trade Union Council because it has never defended the working masses. The second point, we demand independent trade unions dependent on the working class. Now, the events of 1970-1971 constitute a turning point in the political development of the working class. In hindsight, it is more than clear that the December methods of struggle, I mean sit-down strikes, organizational structures, I mean inter-factory strike committees, and radical political postulates, of course here I mean first of all the demand for free trade unions, these elements precisely spelled the course of event, or the course of the wave of strike from the August 1980, and this wave brought to the birth of Solidarność. Both revolts, I mean the revolt from December 1970 and August 80, started in the same region, in the same workplaces, and very often were made by the same people. Let me give you an example of Lech Wałęsa, the famous leader of Solidarność, who as a young worker was a member of strike committee in Gdańsk shipyard in 1970. This is only one of many less important examples. The notes of the security service showed that after the strikes from the beginning of 1971, it was generally said in Gdańsk shipyard that the solidarity of the workers would save them from being punished by the authorities. In the autumn of 1972, the rumors of another price increase swept through Poland. In a document of the Central Committee of the Polish United Workers' Party that was prepared, this document was prepared in this period, one can find the following information, I quote, "A certain group of shipyard workers believe that due to their role in December events, they are in charge of performing the specific function of a social controller and of an expressor of the public opinion," end of quotation. It is quite probable, in my view, that Marx would have commented that already at that time, a spectre was haunting Poland, the spectre of the revolution of Solidarność. Okay, the dissident movement, the last part of my talk. I think that the history shows us precisely that the mass and large-scale revolts of the working class typically influence and radicalize the political activity, ideas, and programs of the leftist intellectuals. Such revolts, especially when they spontaneously generate new forms of workers' struggle and organization, very often entail the creation or just the development of the revolutionary group or parties. That was definitely not the case of Baltic Rebellion from the turn of 1970 and 1971. In the following years after this rebellion, these spectacular events and its impact on the political consciousness of the working class had been attracting very, very little attention of the most important circle of leftist dissident in Poland. This is shocking. The Polish opposition was unable to draw even an elementary conclusion from these events. For the whole decade of 1970s, its discourse remained detached from the organizational and programmatic gains of the working class. That is why this discourse could not be effective. Do I have 5 minutes, or how many time do I have?
Yeah, if you are able to conclude in 5, then we are fine.
Yeah, okay, fine, no problem. In the first half of the 70s, Polish left opposition remained far from appreciating the importance not only of the December events, but of the workers' issue in general. The attitude of Jacek Kuroń, probably most of you know who was Kuroń, his attitude seems to be more than symptomatic. The future leader of Workers' Defense Committee, who in the 60s were even more radical than most of his political surrounding, he was left radical, in the left sense of the term, I mean the term radical. So the Kuroń in the 70s okay. So when the December events took place, he was still in jail, okay, after the March events, but it's not very important now. But in the autobiography, he wrote that it was during his imprisonment, I mean during the December event, that he turned away from Marxism. In the middle of the 80s, he said, I quote, "It was quite funny that the decision that I ceased to be a Marxist was made in the end of 1970. At the same time, the December revolt broke out. I have always bad luck. When I was a Marxist, the Marxism didn't work. When I stopped being Marxist, it started working." This is end of the quotation. The above recollection is quite paradoxical in my view. Kuroń, notwithstanding his reflection on the events of 1970 and the subsequent huge revolts of the Polish working class, did not return to Marxism up to the end of his oppositional activity. Neither did the rest of his political circle. Kuroń was freed from prison in September 1971. He got down to building a new system of political values and a new strategy for the opposition. His political reflections of that time influenced to a large extent the direction of ideological evolution of the whole left. At that time, similarly to his political surrounding, he did not take the workers into account. Much less he did assign a pivotal role to the working class in the struggle for the democratic socialism. This way he still presented the main political goal of his activity of the opposition as a whole. In fact, Kuroń limited his contacts only to the representatives of the intellectuals. In the second part of the 70s, the situation changed a little bit. The actions of help for the workers that were repressed after the protests in 1976 gave rise to the Workers' Defense Committee. However, the discourse of the oppositional intellectuals will remain detached from the organizational and programmatic gains of the workers. Oppositional intelligentsia did not put the workers' issue on the pedestal and certainly did not look on the working class as the crucial revolutionary subject. To conclude very quickly, in my view, contrary to widespread opinion, the oppositional intelligentsia did not prepare the successful workers' upsurge of August 1980. The opposition did not even expect its success. At the beginning, when the working class sparked the great social revolution, I'm still talking about the revolution from 1980, 1981, the most important representatives of the dissident circles were frightened by the workers' radicalism. In particular, they opposed the paramount demand of the independent trade unions because they were persuaded that it would provoke a Soviet military intervention. After August 1980, when Solidarność emerged, the oppositional intelligentsia, the representatives of the circles, were persuaded or just became involved, they became involved in the movement of Solidarność. They became its advisors, experts, and etc. Yeah? Nevertheless, during the revolution, their attitude toward the revolutionary dynamic and transformation that took place mainly under pressure from the ever more radical Polish working class was mostly ambivalent. From the beginning to the very end of the revolution, people like Jacek Kuroń, which I mentioned, and Adam Michnik, another very important and famous Polish left dissident, all of them, they were dreaming of a compromise between the working class and the bureaucracy and of a certain form of institutionalization of the social conflict. As a consequence, they could not appreciate the importance of the movement for the workers' self-management that emerged in 1981. And the last two sentences, I'm just finishing. The oppositional left, it did not understand or did not want to understand that the main question of the revolution was who finally would be in power, the ruling bureaucracy or the working class. In 1980, 1981, the aspiration and aims of the oppositional intelligentsia and the proletarian masses spread more and more in different directions. Thank you very much for your attention. That's the end.
Thanks a lot, Michal, and thank all of you who contributed to this panel. We are late, of course, and as usual at these occasions. But I believe this simple fact doesn't stop us in posing interesting questions and debating either this panel or general questions that are related to the notion of leftist dissent or leftist radical tradition. Okay, the floor is open. Please raise your hands or write in chat. Okay, there is Alexei. Alexei and Joe, maybe can we pick up just 2 or 3 questions at the beginning? Okay, Alexei, please, and Joe. And then there's Una. Okay, Alexei, you are unmuted. Alexei, Joe, Una.
Yes, I wanted to ask a question to Ilya, and maybe then I try to comment in general on this question of dissent. Yes, about this sort of, I just recall a long time ago, we had this seminar in the same Institute of Philosophy. We mentioned Ilya had the paper on this dissident, his interpretation of this dissident movement. And for me already there, it was a shock that he somehow deconstructed historically this liberal frame of presenting dissident only as a liberal or human right or anti-communist movement, showing that preceding stage somehow included majority of the leftist dissidents. And now I see interesting development in what Ilya was saying, because he's now more interested in this, as far as I understood this, in this sort of how this how to say, in 70s, how this kind of transition happens. And as far as I understand, this happens under the cover of this sort of moral stance, right? This sort of transition to conservatism. And like, again, this ethical stance against ideological lies, or like Solzhenitsyn, like even more large-scale picture of some kind of previous state of the whole country, which was erased by the Soviet state, etc. So, so this like opposing this sort of moral kind of catastrophe that happened, etc. I was thinking because here already, it's interesting that though this dissident position usually presented as liberal and in its sense political, but because it has this strong moral underpinning, it can be called even, I have some doubts if this position could be called political, because it's mostly a moral position. And here I recall this sort of similar argument which was raised in different contexts by Chantal Mouffe about this sort of post-political situation when somehow politics is somehow replaced, a properly political dimension is replaced by a kind of ethical stance, a kind of this sort of Rancière, who was also, whose name was evoked here, also mentioned this sort of turning the politics into a sort of ethical dimension, and that which basically erases politics and transforms it in something different. So my question is, not question, but comment, have you been thinking maybe about this in these terms? And actually to link it to our previous panel in very way of associations and references, I was, because also my idea was that this workshop should somehow show the similarities, structural similarities between situations in various countries. And we already can observe these situations somehow through our discussions. So I also thought that I found a similar argument about Veronica was talking about Bulgarians. I don't know if she's here or not. She was talking about Bulgarian situation, and I recalled recently another young PhD student whose dissertation I read by some occasion from Bulgaria. She also argued this sort of transition to kind of post-politics, also in late socialist and also in kind of contemporary situation, because this still continues, this sort of post-political destruction, which was brought by this sort of non-leftist dissidency, which basically destroyed politics as such. So you can, at the same time, I was thinking about Jan's question about what is somehow, can we still define clearly what is left dissent, in the sense that it's difficult to pose it in terms of opposition between official culture and let's say kind of this alternative for dissident or whatever culture, because, and actually it's interesting that also it's another question, was the whole stance of late Soviet society also kind of political, because this official ideology was definitely claiming revolutionary rhetoric, supporting politics, emancipatory politics in other countries, decolonial, anti-colonial struggles, for example, supporting those countries, and also intervening in other countries like that happens in Czech Republic, etc. So it was political, but externally. Internally, I also was, again, I'm not historian, it may be my speculations, but internally it's also kind of quite late socialism, is at least in Soviet version, as far as I remember this very last stage of socialism from my childhood. This was definitely kind of also post-political society, in the sense that people were focused mostly on, of course, they had this Poland with incredible this union and workers' union movement, solidarity, etc. But in Soviet Union, it was not so much mass workers movement, for example. It was mostly kind of post-political, in the sense also that people were focused on their private lives. You can say like this, in a sense. They were focused on this sort of and not just intellectuals or workers, but more or less the whole society. And it was reflected in culture in different ways. So I was thinking it's really difficult to find the border here using the criteria of political, because both a positional side and main kind of dominant regime in late socialism were kind of relations with politics were quite sophisticated and quite peculiar. So they were not kind of sort of politics again in the sense of Rancière, like, wow, disagreement. This is a kind of, so Rancière is probably would be kind of referenced here as well again. So so my question to Ilya, have you been considering this sort of in terms of political dimension of this transformation from left to kind of right-wing dissidency? And my comment on this official and unofficial, it's also because I tried to problematize this, where is the political dimension here? Again, not universalizing this, because again, as we saw in Poland, this was strong grassroots movement of workers, etc. So this was a kind of both comment and question. And also there were different other stances in culture. For example, I would compare Ilyenkov, this current of speculative sort, with, for example, with conceptual art. In I know, for example, in ex-Yugoslavia, it was a very important conceptualist movement. So these artists who are not directly politically been challenging the socialist, late socialist political regime or culture, but they created their own kind of speculative worlds and returning and reappropriating some concepts of official discourse into some more speculative kind of more detached construction, which was still within the framework of socialist imagination, I think. Not anti-communist, but was more utopian, maybe more kind of fantasy-based. You can criticize it for this, but it still was kind of within these realms of socialism. It's like our friend Alexei Yurchak position that the main kind of what the main important things that happens in late socialism was not in the party, were not in the sort of you know, maybe his book about late socialism, not in the party, but exactly among these sort of non-party people who've been somehow socializing, sharing their ethical values of friendship, altruism, non-marketable, non-instrumental relations, etc. So this, I think, also somehow factors into this discussion. So probably we shouldn't hunt for this sort of political dimension and try to reflect this various dimension of kind of subversion of politics into something else. Yeah, this was my comment.
Thank you, Alexei. That was a very important comment, I think. Ilya, you remember the question, right? And Joe is now to pose his comment or question, and then Una. Sorry, Ilya, we pick up more than one question.
Well, so I really appreciate how all three of the papers are looking at kind of this really difficult intellectual historical question of trying to navigate between saying, on the one hand, between just taking things as they are in a certain moment, and we look and only at that moment, like look at what the intellectuals at a given moment said about themselves, and looking at their development, but also not seeing it as maybe necessarily going in one direction, but trying to pinpoint what it was in their thought that made it tend to go in one direction. Like, we know the end point, and we know kind of what they said in the 60s and 70s, and following that development, it's a really difficult question in all three cases of how, for those who changed, how they changed, why they changed, whether we can say that it's that it was already predetermined at an early moment, or whether it was completely random. And I think you're all kind of saying it's neither one or the other. There's maybe a moment that comes in along the way where we can look back and see that something happens, some intellectual turn takes place, which does have serious consequences later, even if it may be, even if we might say like Markovic already in 1960 is not yet what Markovic in 1990, whatever 93 will be, and yeah, the same question for like Kuron is also, you know, he changed in multiple directions, I guess, later, but I guess I wanted to pose specifically in the case of Markovic, because this question of nationalism it's really complicated, maybe not more complicated than the question of workers' control in Kuron's case, or the conservative versus less conservative attitudes, because I also think it's interesting how you can look at someone like like these later conservative dissidents who still invoke kind of socialist ideals in the 70s and 80s, or the liberals who are still using some socialist terminology, or at least not admitting that they are pro-capitalist. But in the case of nationalism, it seems like it's really I'm curious where you can pinpoint when someone like Markovic is already crossing the line between being opposed to the non-Serbian nationalisms on an internationalist basis, and when it's already opposing those other nationalisms from a Serbian nationalist perspective, and how we identify the one versus the other in this complicated arrangement of his ideas.
Thank you, Joe. Then there was Una, and we closed the first round of questions with Christina. Una, please.
Okay, thank you. Thank you everyone for these interesting papers. I would have a question for Gazella for obvious reasons, because my own dissertation research is on praxis, but I'm also very much interested in exactly what happens with these praxis philosophers in Belgrade. And I would also maybe add, I mean, next to Markovic, exactly as you said, like other people who are also at some point like very much kind of very close with him and his ideas. And here I would follow also Joe in his question, because for me it's really fascinating how, from exactly this perspective of humanism, as you said when you talked about Životić, so from these like universal human emancipation positions that praxis, Marxist, humanist kind of held, precisely saying that humanism is the perfect shield against all kinds of national chauvinism and so on, how quickly actually they turn, or he turns exactly towards this really ethno-nationalism. So ethno-nationalism, not simply nationalism, like, because you can also say like people in Ljubljana around whatever nationalists, but maybe, I mean, not to like use these like good and bad nationalists, but I think there is still a difference here, because exactly there is this whole thing about going back to Kosovo and like this really kind of connection. So my question is how we can have this on one hand, and at the same time, at the same period in the 80s, this solidarity fund, which is something again similar to what's going on in Poland and the other like kind of socialist countries that are exactly moving away from this socialism, where Markovic is still very much Marxist, talks about democratic socialism in the very program of Socialist Party of Serbia. So how do you make out of this? And yeah, I mean, sorry, this is probably a very complex question, but yeah, thank you.
Thanks, Una. And Christina?
Actually, I had the same question, or very similar question as Una, like, because it seems to me like fascinating how someone turns from Marxist humanism to, and exactly what Una mentioned, it's ethno-nationalism. I can understand that, for example, in Czech and Czechoslovak case, there is very close link between humanism and nationalism, because Czech or Czechoslovak like philosophy, historical philosophy was based or was rooted in the idea of humanism, but this is more than like ideological concept of nationalism. It's really ethno-nationalism. So yeah, it was the very similar question about this transformation, and if you can tell us more about it. Thank you.
Maybe I'll adjust my, since you two addressed your question to Gazela, maybe I'll turn mine to Michał, but it's still the same basic intellectual historical question of like, when is the crucial step made in which the turn away from this other view is no longer kind of a creative emancipatory turn to some new kind of emancipation and is already becoming affirmative of some other order?
Thank you, Joe. I actually wanted to conclude with a question to Michał. So thanks for that. And okay, Ilya, Gazela, and Michał, who starts? Whoever feels comfortable with it. And
maybe I will answer Alexei's question, which is very interesting and rich. I agree that you can say that it was a reduction of politics, and especially the criticism towards neoliberalism, which used by Chantal Mouffe or by Rentier, based on the idea that politics replaced by moral or economy. So post-politics, according to Chantal Mouffe or Rentier, in any way means that the pure management or the pure technology replaced politics as a disagreement, conflict, and so on and so forth. Replaced politics as a kind of autonomous sphere. And you can say that, there was such replacement in the dissident movement, but I think that it's very interesting how this refusal of politics related with the conservative agenda. And if you remember, for Rentier, for example, there is this kind of relation where he explained how this read of politics moved to what he called archaeopolitics. So means nationalist, conservative type of primitive politics. Yes. So then I will say that in the late Soviet Union there was this lack of politics, because on one side you had official ideology, which was based, by the way, on the idea of the friendly classes. So the idea of friendly classes was introduced in the early 60s, and by the way, it was part of such a humanism, which was criticized by Althusser in that time. And exactly that official Soviet humanism was the type of depolitization and exteriorization of any kind of conflict, because in the situation of present social harmony and the friendly classes, all type of the disagreement and criticism probably was a kind of alien coming from outside of the real kind of body of the society. And on another side, you had definitely the post-political thinking of dissidents, for whom most of dissidents, for whom the question was not for what kind of ideas you are standing for, but the question was that you are standing for truth or you are standing for non-truth. And that is exactly that type of dogmatism that was in a very smart way criticized by Ilyenkov, who translated the famous text by Hegel, who thinks abstractly, because for him, of course, with this translation, there was a kind of hidden message to those broad educated audience who moved to a more and more type of abstract thinking, and that kind of message you can also find as in his book on Idols and Ideas, published in the late 60s, as a kind of message for the broad audience. So it was not just a book for philosophers, but it was a kind of very popular popular address to the to the young educated audience, which posed the question of what is thinking, what is why the thinking is not the pure technology, and all these kind of questions, in fact, were indicated by Ilyenkov in a very smart and very deep way.
Thank you, Ilya. Gazela.
Well, very interesting question, and basically that is the core of the understanding why the wars happen in a way in Yugoslavia, because Milivoj and I were frequently talking about this, and it's not that we have an answer, I have to say in the beginning, but let's say I'm approaching it from some kind of sociological approach, because I'm sociologist and he's historian, and then we struggle how to find the common grounding, because I cannot, for me, it's not the explanation which is on the level of the personal things, and sometimes it is important that you take also that into consider. And when it comes to Mihailo Marković, definitely there is something which is linked to the personal, and that is linked to the power. I mean, this obviously played a strong role in his path in a way from the beginning, because as I said, he emerged as an organic intellectual from the war. Basically, he was fighting in the war, unlike Miladin Životić, who was not. He was a little bit younger, so not. He followed fully this socialist part, but in a way, and as he had advocated it in a way in its purity. So basically, he was against the federalization, decentralization, etc. He wanted to have unified Yugoslavia, where where the state will be dying out. So this is something which marked his early work. And then at some point, when there was obviously then in Communist Party, there was a strong political elite at that time who was advocating decentralization, and that was obviously winning side. Then he turned to something which we can name as ethno-nationalist, basically, because I call it national socialism, because for me, I mean, in a way, it is connecting these two sides which you cannot connect, but still you can, because you claim that through the national, there was in Yugoslavia, there was right to self-determination, which was given to the nation. And this was basically, this is the issue where they fought. What is the nation which has right to self-determination? Whether Croats can do it, and then Serbs in Croatia can do it. And it's really complex question in that way. I mean, you can neglect it in a way, and I think from my perspective that would be the best answer, that you neglect it and you simply say every single person should be equal, doesn't matter which nation it is, but it's always about cultural rights and then what they bring into the picture and everything, so it's complex. But also the things from his career and his biography, which are saying that even in '68 he was close to UDBA, to intelligence service, and later he was close to Dobrica Ćosić and these circles which were quite influential. And definitely those who were influential in nationalist, in intellectual scene, they were most dominantly nationalists, because those who were, for example, if you observe from this perspective, Miladin Životić was expelled in a way. He returned earlier to the Faculty of Philosophy in '86, 1967. The rest of them came later a bit to university or didn't come to university at all. So he was a little bit regarded as outsider in this group, unlike the others like Ljubomir Tadić, who was in a lot of the things he was quite aside with Mihail Marković, and they were both members of academy. So this is also the role, you know, you had very strong circles in the academy who were pro-nationalists, and I guess it's also with whom you are, you became like that. So I don't know. I mean, it's difficult to observe. So it's a combination of the structural things where you have ethnic divisions of the state, definitely winning as a winning within the Communist Party, but also some personal. I mean, always there is some contingency which you cannot envisage and which you cannot explain when you are observing moment, for example, now, but you have to come back to it through the historical material, and this was something which was in a way like that. I didn't answer your question, but I don't really have the answer to this. So.
Thanks. Thanks a lot for this. We could definitely continue on the debate on this very specific issue, well, which is not a specific. It's kind of a common pattern throughout the Central East Europe and a common pattern of Marxism-Leninism. But I'm not sure now. But maybe it could be that the meeting is like set up from 9 till 5 p.m. So, Michal, the floor is yours. If it is so, then the meeting will automatically end at 5. In that case, we will sum up and sum up the deadlines and stuff. So don't be freaked out when it's
okay. I will answer very quickly because I have to run to my work duties in a while. So just 3-4 minutes for my answer. But I have to ask a question to Joe because I'm not really sure that I understood his question correctly. If I'm right, your question was quite simply, what was the point in time when the Polish left stopped being socialist, Marxist, and etc. Yeah,
Well, I actually maybe more interesting is the question of what is the conceptual point in which, not when it happened, what was it that happened that made it no longer be an emancipatory attitude, maybe?
Okay, but the question concerns the point in time or the consequences or the causes. I don't know because
well, whichever what you want to emphasize, it's all interesting.
Okay, so in you know, I was talking about a very particular particular current of Polish opposition, the leftist, and that current disappeared in 1968 in Poland. Before this date, it was really really radical. That group was centered around Karol Modzelewski and Jacek Kuroń, the authors of very important document of Polish opposition of the 60s. I mean, the open letter to the party. Probably all of you heard about this revolutionary manifesto. I have no time to present the content of this document, but it show the way of sort of radicalism of these people, of the authors. And in the Polish case, the March 68 meant something more than for other people in the Soviet bloc, because apart from the Soviet invasion in 68, I mean the process of crushing the Prague Spring in summer, we had some other event in Poland. I mean, the March 68 in Poland, which was very, very important in this process of disappearing of the left in Poland. Why? Because it had a special aspect. I mean, it was sparked, it was triggered by a group leading by Kuranian Modzelewski. So this is the group I'm interested in. And this group was strongly repressed by the regime. And anti-Semitism was one of the main tactics of the party to repress this group, and not only this group. You know, among the official slogans that spring were the provocateurs away from the academy. We demand unmasking and punishment of Zionist instigators, and so on and so on. So this was a real shock, a moral shock for the people I'm talking about. Michnik wrote that their tormentors, of course, the regime, referred to the emotions that were exploited by the fascism. So it was a really, really serious accusation of the regime. There is no doubt that it was the most serious accusation that could be made by the radical left against the communism regime. That was the definite end of revisionist hope in Poland, I think. Of course, it was somehow, it became more profound, this attitude became more profound during the invasion that crushed the Prague Spring a few months later. But it has another there is another aspect of this process. I just signalized this aspect. It is their way of thinking about the March event. I mean, people like Kuron and Michnik in the 70s were quite sure that most of the workers were particularly susceptible to the nationalism used by the party in '68. So imagine if you think about the people who were radically who were radical, who were revolutionists in the Marxist sense of the term, and suddenly they triggered the movement, which is crushed, and apart from it, the people are susceptible to the nationalism. That was the definite end of this of their Marxist identity. And of course, the process of transformation in the ideological transformation that took place in the 70s and in the 80s is very complicated. But I think that in Poland, this March '68 is very specific point, and maybe it is more easy. It's somehow easier to point the end of the radical left in Poland than in the other country of the Soviet bloc. I don't know. This is only a hypothesis. So I'm not sure if I answered the question of Joe, because the question was very, very general. If you want, I can add something.
Oh, that's good. Yeah, I didn't express it very clearly, but part of the question is, yeah, which ones of those intellectual moves are in themselves legitimate and progressive in some way, like you described the reaction to March '68. And yet, over time, we can see that they have other, maybe less emancipatory results. So yeah, so the answer you gave was a good one. And
thank you very much.
It's an open question that's hard to have a single answer to. Thanks.
Thank you. Are there any other questions or comments you would love to express right now? I still don't, it's a pretty bad feeling when I don't know if we will be automatically shut down or not. So, but please feel free to join the discussion. Okay, if not, we well, I haven't prepared any kind of smart conclusion, but let's say we kind of all know each other and we definitely stay in touch. Please think whether you want to submit your paper to Contradictions we will love to see them submitted. We can also negotiate about the terms, about the deadlines, but please consider the February 19 as the deadline for the submission. And there's one player we had on mind together with Christina and also those editors that are responsible for reviews in contradictions. And that is, we would love to ask you if there are any books in Hungary, former Yugoslavia, or Poland that you would like to see being reviewed in the contradictions. And if considering these books, then also consider about the possible authors. And we would really, that would be really helpful, because none of us, for example, can read Hungarian, or you know what we have on mind with this. So that would be really helpful, and we will sum that up together with Christina and send you an email early next week, probably. Christina, do you want to add any? You are the smarter here.
We still have time. Thank you very much, all, especially those who stayed with us, not only audio but also video, because it makes always like the whole feeling from the conference more and more human. So thank you for that, and thank you for great discussion. I still have to proceed it, but already now I know it gave me many new perspectives how to look on the concept of leftist dissent and the whole history of political left. So thank you very much.